shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. the flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase. I'll be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Erase.
sweep already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. TATO! Strategic is it?
Go!
The one in trouble right now. Need to worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PMSL will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on a team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับมอแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk BIGETRON, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AAP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA มอแมนครับ เพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้า
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KNS ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau nonton di seri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่มอแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีมอแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last ni Dorangnya meta kan endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last ni tak jadi, biar dia orang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมตช์อีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Glue.
Welcome back to the last day of the Super Weekend, and it's time for the teams to smash the smash rule. And trust me, it's worth waiting for and watching. But before we get into all the excitement, please welcome from the team who set the match point. Please welcome Octa from Boom Esports. Hi Octa.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, Octa. Yesterday, you ended the day with a worthy elimination and got first place without a single chicken dinner. However, you still need to get the chicken to win this semester. So I want to know, is there any new adjustment you need to make today, Octa?
Oke, jadi kalau kita lihat semalam kalian berhasil mendapatkan 40 mata elim, tapi meskipun tidak mendapatkan WWCD, kalian masih di peringkat 1. Nah, Smash Roll ini kan harus dapetin WWCD. Apakah kamu hari ini bakal ada sedikit perubahan dari sisi gameplay kah ataupun taktik?
Kalau soal gameplay sih nggak ada sih, kita main ya se-have fun kita, sesantai mungkin. Intinya enjoy aja sih.
I don't think we gonna have any adjustment. We just gonna have fun. We just gonna play we just gonna enjoy the game. That's it.
Yes, just enjoy the game, and I always believe that you guys will do your best today in Smash Roll. So next, coming in as the point leader for the Smash Roll today, teams will be focusing on you. So Octa, is there any secret plan you have to get a chicken today?
Oke, karena kalian bakal menjadi orang yang diincar lah karena di nomor 1 juga. Kira-kira ada nggak ya senjata rahasia ataupun gimana cara mengantisipasi itu?
Nggak ada sih, intinya kita main aja, siapapun yang usil atau nabrak kita ya kita tabrak balik aja, lawan aja.
Yeah, so basically we don't really have a secret strategy. It's just like if there's a naughty teams that wanna hot drop us or wanna crash us, yeah, feel free to. It's because of we're gonna crash them back.
Wow, watch out for alter ego, guys. But is there a bit concern because even though you guys the number 1 team now, but still yesterday you guys didn't get the chicken dinner?
Ya, menurutku maksudnya pertanyaannya kayak lebih ke arah gimana caranya kamu mau mendapatkan WWCD itu tadi.
Main kayak biasa kita aja sih, soalnya kalau soal chicken ya kita anggap bonus aja lah. Intinya selalu konsisten aja.
Now we just gotta be consistent, and then if we got a winner chicken dinner, then it's gonna be a bonus for us.
And one thing I know, you guys will nail it this time. And next, how many games do you think will be held today?
Kira-kira nih Octa, berapa game yang bakal hari ini dimainin?
Sebisa mungkin secepatnya sih, kalau bisa kita end game 2 atau 3 match kita end game.
Yeah, I think the minimum as possible lah. If we gonna finish it on 2 match, then it will be great. But then maybe maximum is gonna be a 3 match.
And if that happens, today it's gonna feel so fresh. So for the last question, since you left Alter Ego, they has been performing well, but Boom is doing even better inside you. And any message you want to send to Alter Ego before starting the game?
Oke, jadi kamu juga pernah di IE kemarin dan sekarang udah keluar performa IE juga bagus-bagusnya. Tapi kamu di Boom ini performanya lebih bagus daripada IE. Ada nggak pesan yang mau disampaikan ke IE sebelum match dimulai?
Ya semoga kita lebih dapat chicken duluan aja sih.
Yeah, I just hope that Boom is gonna get the winner chicken dinner first compared to Alter Ego.
And I think Alter Ego got the message perfectly. So thank you so much, Octa, for your time. And good luck for today's matches. And I won't keep you any longer because you still have a lot of matches to prepare, or just 2 or 3 games. And also thank you so much, Young, for your amazing translation. And I think it's time to throw it over to our caster. But before, I want to know, caster, what do you think about today's semester? Will it only take like 2 or 3 games, or we all going for the all 8 minutes? So what do you think, casters?
Well, first and foremost, I think today is a very special day as we are welcoming you guys to the Super Sunday with Smash rules intact. So that being said, accompanying me is, of course, our wonderful Sir Cloud. It's your boy here, Contra, to be your storyteller for today. Now, that was really interesting, right? Because on stage, Octa was saying, well, probably we're going to end it in 3 games. What say you, Cloud?
Oh, well, in typical casting fashion, obviously we want to see 10 games. So bring us to 10 games. Why not? Right? Why settle at 8 when you imaginarily have 10?
Well, I guess that's for another year for us to decide if we can actually fit 10 matches in our schedule. But well, minimum we could go perhaps with 3 matches for teams to set the benchmark and really walk away with the chicken dinner, or maximum that's a total of 8 matches. So you guys will probably want to stock up some of your snacks, some popcorns, or some of your favorite food, because it might actually be a long day. Or you know what, if you guys have your faith in Boom Esports, if they just pull 3 chicken dinners in a row, it's over. I mean, it may not just be Boom Esports. We also saw a strong presence coming from Alter Ego and the rest of these squads. So definitely it'll be very interesting on what we are getting here. So of course, let's bring you through to the schedules as well as all the formats. As typically we will have our point system to be a 10-point win for the ones who walk away with the chicken dinner, as the number dwindles down to 1 point only from 7 till 8. So therefore, they will have to earn those elimination points, and of course, they're fighting for the big chunk of the 200K on the line.
And also the trophy that is illustrated at the background that the teams will definitely want to lift up. Of course, that will be the conversation later in the finals. Right now, it's the road to the finals. And today, it is the 8th of June. This is the Super Weekend. And also the Smash Rules Sunday. And then we'll repeat again the process next week before we decide on who will make it into the Grand Finals. Now, how will we determine the teams that will make it into the Grand Finals? Looking at the group stage, when it restarts, we're going to start off with A, B, and C. And then from the group stages, top 6 will move on to the Super Weekend, just like how you see this week. And then we will gather all the best of the best 16 league rank points to be in the Grand Finals later.
That's right. Let's explain even further on this Smash rule. So at the end of day 1, which was yesterday, the points will be set as the match point. So the number 1 team, who was Boom Esports yesterday, have scored 59 points, which means they add another 10-point tally. All the teams will have to reach 69 points. And after that, they will need to score a chicken dinner in order to close out the entire series for the night. So that is going to be the key for all the teams out there. If nobody has been able to reach the points mentioned, then the teams with the most points will be the winners of this weekend.
And speaking about teams, these are teams that will be playing this Super Weekend. Obviously, it's the same teams from yesterday. They will continue on the journey to today. Now, I just also want to put out a record, right? So the last time PMSL Southeast Asia had a Smash rule was last season. And it was smashed at game number 8 by RRQ that time. So definitely will be different because RRQ is not in the Super Weekend. Now, Contra, you did mention about the plus 10 points. So this is the exact benchmark here. Boom Esports, they're at 59 points. They are at the top of the leaderboard. So So the threshold is 69 points. A team hits 69 points and above, they get the chicken dinner in the next round. They smash it, and the day ends basically.
True enough, as we do look through yesterday's performances, at least it gives us a telltale sign of how they are looking like in their current presence of form. But based on that interview, I think that Wendy definitely has been telling us a story where, boom, they achieved all these points gathered, but there wasn't a chicken dinner won. Alter Ego was the one that closed with 3 chicken dinners. So on paper right now, Alter Ego definitely are looking like hot favorites for this Sunday.
Yeah, I would say so as well, because they're only 1 point behind Esports. So that's not that significant, right? Like they just need to gain, minimum 11 points in round 1. And then next round, if they can keep the record like how they did yesterday, scoring 3 chicken dinners out of 6 games, then yeah, like what you said, on paper, they stand the best chance. But how about the teams on page number 2? Well, they have a lot of work to do. So let's say Roy, for example, they were to smash it. They might probably need all 8 games to even smash it today.
Yeah, it is very possible where teams, sometimes they may not start things off too strong, but so long as they are consistent and they reach that level of threshold, which was 69 points that you mentioned, right? Then there is a very solid chance. Maybe what was required is that final chicken dinner at game 8. But looking back into yesterday's performance, the team with the most chicken dinners, Alter Ego, absolutely smashed it.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Alter Ego did it with 3 chicken dinners, Esports, no chicken, no problem. But was the chicken important yesterday? Well, you can argue not really, right? It's great that you get it, but it's not really the biggest thing. Today, it's going to be super duper big. So Esports, they have what we would call a delayed chicken dinner, just like how sometimes there's this thing called delayed gratification. Then today is the day for it to be not delayed, or delayed from yesterday to today, that is.
Yeah, I like that notion that you just mentioned. Perhaps they will be rewarded by this evening itself. We will kick things off in Sanhok, the only Sanhok match to be played out for the entire day, and then followed by 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel. And after that, on match 11, we move into the desert dunes of Miramar. If we extend to match 13 and 14, that's where we'll rotate between Erangel and Miramar again. So potentially 3 games minimum. And of course, maximum will go all the way down to our Miramar match.
Yeah, and it can go all the way down to only 2 games as well. Yeah, let's say, you just need to hit the threshold, especially for the top teams, and then you score the chicken dinner in the next round, and then that team would lock it in. But that would also mean bad news for the teams at the bottom, because then you don't want to it's only 2 games. I mean, we still got the potential of 6 other games, but yet we are at number 16, number 15, number 14, the number that is not satisfying for those teams. That's where, when it came to the interview, if they were asked do you think that you'll be targeted by teams? And by target, meaning potentially the teams, especially on page number 2. If you're on page 1, if you're top 5 and you got smashed and it locks in at top 5, you still be like, it's okay. But if you're number 16 and it gets smashed, then, well, you would have wanted more games.
Yeah, true enough. So there's so many different formulas to actually play throughout these courses. But that being said, of course, there is just so much that they need to do in order to make their mark onto their historic run, as every team are looking for the tickets to the Esports World Cup that will be happening in Riyadh in a couple more weeks once we do wrap up the PMSL Southeast Asia. So that being said, we have 3 slots possible, and it could be anybody out there. So we definitely do look forward to that.
Yeah, and speaking about anybody or everybody should try this phone out, which is the TECNO POVA 7. Thank you so much for being together with us this season. That's TECNO, which is today's PMSL Summer 2025 showdown is heating up. And guess what? The intense battle is proudly powered by TECNO POVA 7 series. With its innovative design and ultimate performance, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower you and all the other players on the battleground to win battles with ease. It is the exact phone that the players are using. So if you want to have a preview of how it looks like, do keep your eye on what the players are holding later when we go to the play again.
That's right. They have been, of course, powering us with their TECNO Pova 7 throughout the entire season, and even seasons before. They have always supported us here in the PUBG Mobile Esports realm. So, of course, they have been a valuable asset and partner throughout the ecosystem, and you guys should definitely check out their store. So that being said, of course, we will be looking forward to what's to come. So speaking of which, that also means that it's prediction time. So I want to hear it from you first, Sir Cloud. Boom, Alter Ego, FaZe Clan. I guess you're playing it really safe this time.
I mean, it's self-explanatory, I guess. Boom Esports, #1 team, Alter Ego, most chicken dinners, and FaZe Clan, they had a great run as well. And FaZe Clan, they're also in the bracket of like, they could also get away with 2 games. They do well, game 1, and then game 2, they smash it with the chicken dinner. It's doable as well. And you also had Alter Ego on your prediction list. Looks like it's quite a straightforward pick for you.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sanhok. I think that back in the league stage overall, or group stage to be specific, the Malaysian teams have definitely had a certain dominance when it comes down to this particular map. Whereas Alter Ego may not actually have a strong suit on those group stages, but over the course of this Saturday run that they just had, they definitely have shown with that 3 chicken dinners, they want to kick things off strong, and I can't think of any other names than that. So that being said, less than a minute and we're already looking at the rally being called in from TODAK. I love the energy that they're bringing here on stage.
Wow, okay. I was quite taken aback by Tam there. We don't always get to see like this early, like, what do you call it, a war cry by these players, and they're definitely up for it, ladies and gentlemen. You have to up for it too, because we jump into game 1.
Here we go into the first ever Super Weekend Smash Roll as we dive into Sanhok. And I guess it doesn't really matter where the flight path goes, but it does matter for the players if they do want that direct drop. This is coming from the south side, headed into the Alpha Island. And plenty of times we've seen the Indonesians loving to start around Camp Alpha over on the course of the Hatin region as well. So VOIN Donkey and Alter Ego will be our usual suspects. Will they be joined by anyone else? We'll have to see. While over onto the course of the southern side around Charlie and the rest of the field as well, plenty of teams booking into that sort of ordeal. So over onto the North Point, there's a lot of open space. We'll see if there's going to be any form of contest. Apparently not too much of that, as they've already stabilized some drop spots over the course of the week.
Yeah, especially after the fact that they played the Sanhok yesterday, right? So they would have the information of like, oh, okay, this spot is open, this spot is not, and they will know where to land themselves. The closest one that might be a little bit of a risk, but even that is not going to be a big risk, is looking over at Painan. Satar is there, very close to the place of TALON in Painan itself. But it's far enough anyway. And by now, the place of TALON, they'll be busy looting, so they wouldn't be too worried about Satar. But what I will be worried with is this first circle contra, because if you have 3 islands in the first circle, you know it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a rough ride, especially for some of these guys who are maybe playing towards the southern end, because the last I checked over on that minimap, eArena or one of the Thai teams are bunched in between some of the parties of Sem9 and also another squad by the corners of Charlie. So we'll have to see how do they navigate, because it is a very tight spacing that they will have to find for themselves. And speaking of which, eArena runs its course. They will be able to have claim some of all the areas pretty instantaneously. And now wrapping things around, Jimmy looking for first blood already, getting a knock onto the members of FaZe Clan.
Ooh, okay, that's fast. Okay, calm down, people. But if CelcomDigi Alliance can at least handicap FaZe Clan, or maybe even better, eliminate FaZe Clan, then we're talking about putting one potential team to smash it as early as possible out. But it's not over yet for FaZe Clan. It seems to be a long-range knock, and Red Bull is on the way to save his teammate. But he has to deal with Iftar from this level of distance, and Iftar still trying, but finding it difficult to hit Red Bull. I mean, it's very, very far without a scope especially.
Yeah, it was on like what, whether it's a red dot or an ACOG, it's not exactly the easiest. Jimmy also trying to lend a helping hand, but like you said, this is just going to be a little bit of a long-range hustle onto the members of FaZe Clan. Perhaps what they are trying to do is just to suppress them so that they cannot go in for that smooth revive, but they've already done so. So FaZe Clan, lucky enough, they will be able to survive the ordeal. So at least they have taken note that, okay, we have CelcomDigi Alliance on that corner. Let's not go in for the challenge until we're better equipped this time around. So look at this situation. I guess we're just going to take our sweet time before we get ourselves into even bigger altercations. But for the time being, the coast is clear.
Yeah, especially if you gotta think about it, right? For those teams who are very close to meeting the threshold. So now that we get a good view of the overalls, right? Boom, AE, FaZe Clan, eArena. These are the closest teams. And then you have Talon that needs like tons of points. Okay, Talon needs like 30 points. So to get 30 points in one round, mathematically doable, but you don't always get to see it. So the chances are kind of low. So I would still give it up to eArena, the best shot to reach the threshold first at least. But we're going to look at Sem9 right now. And look at this. Yuhai is actually playing, making his debut this season.
Yeah, it took him quite a while, but they definitely need that firepower coming in for the rest of Sem9, especially in this current push up against MEC. And of course, once we do have those points on the chart, it's glad that we are not really getting those point resets. So teams definitely do have a certain favor. All they really have to do is to really score huge. Boysil now goes for the knock, finds Kim. So that is one member down from the side of MEC. And this calls for push coming from the rest of Sem9. MAQNA now leading the charge as they will be able to secure it while going ring around Rosie and finds another one in the back with the DBS.
Oh, and this is Mika with his debut as well. The Mika Yuhai combo, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of fans have been calling out for this combo to be playing, and now they will. And in their debut, they scored 2 points, but 1 point stolen away by Talon from afar. But the bad news for MEC is that they have been eliminated without any points. So the wait will still happen for MEC in the next round to reach the threshold.
True enough. Boom Esports maybe is just 10 points, which they can gain from those high elimination points in order to be gaining themselves that so-called passport in that sense. But we haven't seen much of the action from that squad, but Sem9 definitely on the chase. They could not afford to really falter on too much because right now they have been able to stash away with a total of 18 after securing those 2 eliminations up against those members of MEC. MEC on 30, didn't gain anything at all this time around, so I guess it requires at least another 3 more maps for MEC to be able to get there.
Yeah, they need like what, 39 points, so that's going to take them quite a bit still. Yeah, so that's like what you say, right? Like 3 rounds or so for them to reach the threshold. And that has to be like, they have to perform fairly well in every round. Now, some of the stats here for Alter Ego. Daybot has been performing really well, contributing 32% of the elimination portion, and then followed by Rosemary with 7 eliminations by himself. And Rosemary, of course, still a very important player for Alter Ego, irregardless.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Daybot newly added to the roster, and look at how quickly he adapts. And whereas Boom, they brought in Mastery as their new IGL, and that kind of further allows them to really activate their usual carries, such as the name like Pawnbit as well as Yummy. So as per usual, Yummy has been the main hitman for the rest of Boom Esports. As much as we talk about landing hits and stuff, yes, they are super proficient. Now they need to start scoring chicken dinners, right? So if it does end up with a chicken dinner in this round itself, then yes, it does actually breach towards the amount that they needed, but they still need to score another one.
Yeah, then we'll be talking about like all the teams will be talking about like, do we want to try to stop them? That will be a very interesting discussion. But what's interesting again is still going to be the circle. 3 islands within this circle, and you can see heavy fights happening around this area because everyone wants to try to play by the river so that if the circle hard shifts to a particular island later on, they can easily get access over So you can see big teams here like BTR, Xavier, they're doing exactly that. But here we have another fight.
Wow.
SM9.
A huge crash right through. Sakura could not withstand the heat as Mika secures it for the squad once again. And the rest of eArena could not afford to hold on for far too long. They back away into the villages on the opposite end of the hillside. So M9 really pulling no stops on this one, but they are also getting ambush coming from eArena with this flank coming in from Norman on the low ground.
SM9 being really ruthless this round. It's like they see a team, they crash in. 2 times in a row we see that. But this time, a little bit of a pause for SM9 as eArena knocked down one of their players. But eArena, on the other hand, they lose Sakura from that push. And SM9, quick reset by them. And look at this, they're just crashing into compound after compound. Now they're looking for Joker.
Wow, this is just a super aggro when we take a look at how swiftly UI secures it as well. This is what we want to see out of SM9 that we've been missing out throughout the groups. And I believe they're just getting started right now.
Oh, and I'm sure the fans will be happy to see this sort of aggression by SM9. They have been calling out for SM9 to put out this duel, and so far, paying them dividends. 4 elimination points now for SM9, but more to come. More that they need to reach the match point number, which is 69. Nevertheless, still a good start there for SM9, and their next objective is to get into the circle safely.
True enough, and at least it is pretty much a momentum to be built from the rest of the Malaysian squad, which is absolutely on fire today. While we go back into the midst of the field, we do have TALON right now, jostling for control up against those members of ROY Esports. Very interesting position if you take a look at the rest of ROY Esports. As much as Mango is currently fending off for his own, there definitely is the backup coming from the high ground, but Mango could not afford to be not right here, right now. Now, very good discipline coming from Axel as well. He's trying to see whether if there's more players coming in from that low ground. So just gotta be preparing for the calm before the storm.
And the calm before the storm might happen in about 30 more seconds, since that will be the next circle shift. On the elimination feed, FaZe Clan took one player of Boom Esports out. And that's going to be Mastery, aka Misery, eliminated by Red Bull. So the top leaderboard team now playing with 3 players. Boom Esports. Interesting enough, they're still spending time in the blue instead of playing in the circle.
Was he actually Misery that used to play on the other squads out there? The last iteration that he was playing on was back in TALON. You know, this is definitely interesting. Sometimes players love to change their names, but oh my word. We're talking about that split. It further splits between the river. BTR does actually get that control from the south side. And if they want to make their way across, they better do it quick, because right over on the other section, no teams have claimed those warehouses yet. But Alter Ego, they're on top of the hill. They will be fighting whoever gets nearby.
Oh, speaking about fighting right now, looks like TALON fighting against Claw from the back. Achu got Pepank. Okay, but the fight's not over yet though. A nade on Achu. He managed to evade that one, and Achu turns back. Knocks down the IGL Boboho. Wow. What an insane flick there by Ajul.
Yeah, that was so swift, and he really hit the nail on the dot. So TALON Esports managed to overcome the current push, and Claw Slayers, they were trying to really hustle for that space, but it leaves Redface right now, right by the corner of the blue zone. Not the best place to be. He's running out of room. His other teammates are nowhere to be seen as they got taken out. So he has to play it really cool while there is already eArena waiting for the back, and it's Turn EK to shut them off completely.
And Claw goes out without any points at all this round. 2 teams with zeros on the board. Now TALON is looking pretty active as well. 5 elimination points so far for TALON. But look at the elimination feed right now. SM9 is on fire again. Firen just got Moment, and he will finish off Moment. Okay, anyway, Yuhai right now calling out for help. But TALON and Roy, here we go.
It's just a full flush set ahead. ROY Esports just wants to weaken the side of TALON Esports even further. Only 2 members left, but when you have Axel and Achul, the possibilities are endless. Already 4 points being gained out there by that brilliant maneuver coming from Achul. What we saw what they've done towards those members of Claw Slayers early on. So they will be able to call for a reset while there is just going to be a security coming in for them to clear one more member on the side of Roy Esports. 7 points already, so early into the match.
I know, right? But they lost 2 players, so that's a bit of a trade-off for them. But the fight between eArena and Sem9 is not over yet. Here comes TODAK, the final player of eArena. He does have a DPS, a weapon that is very, very clutchable. But he's pretty low on health right now, 40%. He needs to heal up. And the bad news for TODAK is that he's not in the circle with the 2 players of Sem9 looking for him. It's not good news for TODAK.
Yeah, it is definitely a little tough over onto the course. While we take a look at the rest of TODAK, they are still trying to wiggle their way out over on the southern corner because they know that it is going to be tough towards the river. They are just trying to hug by the edges, hoping that they could clear some space, not too far away from TALON Esports at the very same time. So maybe the numbers advantages can actually bring them forward. And I did talk about the warehouses. Alter Ego right now has the best position possible and right across BTR.
Oh my gosh, Contra, Alter Ego with the best possible position in the circle. Not gonna jinx it for them, but you know what I'm thinking.
And they're just gonna need to beat that 10-point margin and then look for themselves that passport. But right now, Sem9 struggling by the corner of the ruins, being held down by the rest of Vampire Esports. TODAK also struggling by the blue zone at the very same time. There's just no reprieve, no room for them to even breathe at all.
And interesting enough, TODAK is still able to get a few eliminations out of Sem9. And now Sem9 only has that 1 player left. Okay, Boom Esports, the top leaderboard right now. Yummy will be gunned down by Vexy. He's not even in the circle yet. He's tanking out the blue. VOIN Donkey will want to pick up that point. They want to get as close as possible to the match point. Iftar, gunned down by Nati from decisive. Same goes for Leons as well. Looks like decisive sieging down CelcomDigi Alliance with Luke, the sole player left for CelcomDigi Alliance, and will be eliminated by decisive.
Left none standing in the way. decisive are so explosive on that engagement, and now they draw the attention coming in from across, and that's going to be BTR. How on earth are decisive going to cut the bridge if the rest of BTR is currently on the watch? And they barely have enough time. They got to settle it quick. Already smokes being set up, but Nati falters to the ground. Quick catch coming from the side of Satar as he tries to hold a line. Now it's going to be right behind his walls, but he gets picked off instead.
Oh, Satan knocked down for the side, and now he's going to be sniped down onto the ground as well. Looks like Contra, you're getting your answer from decisive. That's how they're going to do it. They will just be super duper aggressive against BTR, and now they managed to breach through.
That was a perfect call, whoever did it, whether it's Lambo or so. Now decisive stands a chance. Weaken the side of BTR. BTR, they were holding different angles with that 2-2 split, and it did not do them too much favor because those 4 members, they all corral for this full flush, and that was really what DX needed to get done, and they've done it so magnificently.
Oh, but the mission for decisive is not over yet. Now they have to survive this blue with TODAK in front of them. Well, them by saying them means only Lamborghini left right now. Okay, let's see how he's going to deal with TODAK. 2 first aids of the Lambo. It's not going to last that long.
Yeah, and they do have 3 members locking his position as well. So barely any space as Front CE will be able to seal the deal. So that stops the streak for the side of decisive at the very least. Into the top 8 we go. TODAK now with those 5 corners out there, seizing a chance for them to play catch up now with a total of 20 points. With a chicken dinner, man, they're going to add a whole lot more if they can actually gain it, because right now, I don't see anyone else to challenge Alter Ego other than VOIN Donkey, who's currently lurking right behind them, sharing that space over on the course of Alpha.
Yeah, it's hard to see a challenge happening now because both teams that are in the circle, like, there's no big reason for even VOIN Donkey to crash onto Alter Ego yet. So if that would happen, it might come in like maybe stage 6 or maybe even 7, depending on where the circle will go. But FaZe Clan will want to challenge Alter Ego, knocking down a Rosemary, and here comes Red Bull to take him out.
Yeah, this is just going to further suppress the rest of Alter Ego. So they have to play with 3 members. Not the worst, if you ask me, based on their position, but Hey, that was a great margin of control where they've been able to gain over on a nerf point. So Red Bull, also the Lone Ranger standing for the rest of FaZe Clan. He will have to maybe seek out more of all these alternatives up against the rest. Now, one member for the side of Vampire Esports been knocked down, and boom, this time they go out. So they only added 1 point to make it 60.
Okay, so Boom Esports, eArena, not hitting the match point yet. FaZe Clan only one player, that's Red Bull. It's gonna be pretty tough for him to hit the match point. Still, Alter Ego with the best chance to hit that one. They only need 10 more points as of now to hit the number 69. But all the other teams, okay, let's see where they're at. Seems like they managed to be on the other side of the island. I don't think there are any more teams left behind.
True enough. I mean, when we take a look at the position from Vampire Esports, as much as they're on the low ground, they are actually locking out Red Bull, so they can actually squeeze him, or Red Bull might look to deny, but the rest of VOIN Donkey is already seeking them out. Zeta now, great catch, and the nades are falling through. Traps down for the count. Red Bull still fighting tooth and nail for this one. TODAK, he has to force to give a little bit more space towards Red Bull, but he is gonna chunk them for more with another grenade. Big stand towards the low ground. His back's exposed to Alter Ego at the same time, and they squeeze it. It's actually VOIN Donkey that shuts them out.
Oh man, Red Bull tried his best. I really love the grit that he showed earlier on to really try to hold on for it and gain as many points as possible in that position. But speaking about gaining points in a particular position, now it's going to be Federales, the Filipino Terminator, with TODAK in front of him. TODAK, they don't seem to know that he's there. Okay, this nade lob across, bam onto Brian. That's going to be his opening. Now Federales exposed himself. He's out of first aid, but he will still get frenzy. Federales still doing what a Filipino Terminator does.
He does it in style, but he's barely having enough room. The blue zone closes in, and he has to deny himself a way then to give it to either some of these top guns that's been holding him out. As much as he got those knocks against TODAK, it didn't matter too much. It does actually put a dent to TODAK from cutting the way across over the bridge. They're the only ones left on the south. Everybody else is already on the north portion of the island, while more damage being done from the side of Razak. They spot out the entire core against TODAK. So what are they gonna do? Can they still survive though? Because it's all down to Brian right now.
It's gonna be super duper tough, right? They have to cross the river. Look at the circle right now, Contra. Absolutely favoring Alter Ego. No circle at all on all the other islands. TODAK, they're in the toughest position. I don't see any way for them to cut across.
Well, maybe there's a chance when VOIN Donkey tries to flush the rest of Alter Ego. Look at that. They both already knocked down. They're not really in the clear just yet. So Alter Ego needs to pull out the solid defense. And they try to make their run across. Vampire Esports have been waiting by the river, finding another catch. And look at the rest of Vampire Esports striking it hot. And this is where it could be anyone's game. And now here comes Ansys now pointing in the direction of Vexy as well as Potato. While that forms a little bit more space for Alter Ego to go on that reset, they still have those two members to hold on.
Oh, whoa, Krypton knocked down by Zeta. Okay, but anyway, Daybot is there together with him. As long as Vampire Esports buys time for Alter Ego, Daybot could pick up Krypton. And from afar, looks like Daybot, he's going to secure this one extra elimination point. Could it be him? Zeta eliminated by Jamila. Stole away that point. Daybot failed to secure it.
My, it's just a lot of exchange going on for this battle of control. But here comes Razak. They want to claim this warehouse of their own because they know this is how they will secure victory. Now it's down to Daybot holding it down. Is it going to be able to take down Razak? And there's a Molotov. He's got no space to work with. He has to take this fight. He has to appear. And there we go. One shot, not connecting from that S12K. Still looking for that spacing. And he's dropping very low. Here comes Krypton. And not enough for Alter Ego.
Not enough to make the match point yet, ladies and gentlemen. The game will definitely go on. But who will score this one, chicken dinner? Vampire Esports now rushing in. We have Mela with an S12K. He sees Potato, the IGL of VOIN Donkey on the other side. He is on the outside of this warehouse. Mela now positioning himself. It's going to be a 2v1. It's going to be Onsen's Mela versus Potato. Can Potato actually pull off a captain's clutch here?
He has to do everything he can. Already 8 points for the side of VOIN Donkey. Those nades will be put into great use while they will deny a little bit more of that space against Vampire Esports, but the positioning and timing has been impeccable. Here comes that two-prong engagement, and that blue zone is starting to clip in. Potato, is he gonna look to deny it? He's gonna fight for his life, but that's not enough. Vampire Esports of Thailand, they found the first chicken dinner here in the Smash rule.
Step by step, ooh baby, Vampire Esports, they're singing this tune right now. They know they have not made match point yet, but it is step by step, match by match. They will slowly climb up, and Vampire Esports, they want to seal the deal for themselves. But the mission is not over yet, Contra.
It's far from over. We've expected more games than just 3, my friend. So that being said, though, it was so explosive on how this Sanhok was being played out because so many teams were really wrapping their heads around where exactly could it end up. And, you know, out of all the teams that have been fighting across that warehouse, it was Vampire Esports who was composed, waiting by the river, and they chose the right opportunity to deny that space against the rest of the team and then look to close it out.
Yeah, and at the final moment, I mean, it's a 1v2 with Potato having the blue at his back. He had no space to play with, so it was a pretty straightforward win here for Vampire Esports at that very end. And looking at the team stats here, Vampire Esports fairly active across this map, scoring 10 elimination points. So that's 20 points collected by Vampire Esports this round. And, well, no surprise, Tony K, the top fragging player, the top damage dealer for Vampire.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. During the league itself, Tony K somehow didn't show his presence all too much, but when it's serious business here in this Super Weekend, all hands on deck. He's back to 100%, and this time being the main hitman like we've always known this prodigy to be. So we remember him starting off as a little boy by the age of 15, and right now he's really grown to be the kind of man that we've expected him to be.
Dude, that reminds me of so many other players, right? Like UI as well. When he made his debut in the pro scene back in 2020, they were all just kids. But now, they're all men. Wow, check out the highlights.
Look at him go. Vampire Esports secured themselves 10 elimination points on top of that chicken dinner that's going to be a hefty 20 points in order to get closer to the benchmark of 69 points. But all in all, in this match itself, it was just absolute fist fights as well as gun barrels being put all over the map, where we're having the top 4 teams, VOIN, Donkey, TODAK, as well as TALON, to be emerging pretty huge with the points that they've gained throughout this round. VOIN Donkey had that control up north, and I was expecting more coming from Alter Ego, but it seems like they could not fend off the pressure coming from the rest of the squads.
Yeah, I thought so as well, because the Circle truly favored them. And the Circle didn't favor Vampire Esports. They had to fight tooth and nail to get this chicken dinner. And of course, the catalyst for Vampire Esports is our MVP this round, none other than Tony K. 4 eliminations, 930 damage. What does it take to slow this guy down?
Well, right now, there's no answer to that, my friend. When, like you said, right, they started things around the course of Ruins. They have to kind of move them from that Charlie side over onto the north. And by really picking on all the other teams, they created that space. And then after that, played by the river, which was no easy task, but they've been able to hold firm because they've already got all that intel to do it. So we took out at 20 points. The one closest to them was VOIN Donkey, that did secure 14 points with that last end coming in from Potato, while we have very decent numbers coming in from TODAK with 9 and 8 for TALON. And we look at the rest of the field. VIKINGS Esports, 7 points, 6 for Alter Ego, while everyone kind of at least add a little bit of something to the tally, except for CelcomDigi Alliance, Claw, and MEC.
Yeah, 3 teams with no points. Besides the bottom 3 teams, I'm also looking at like our top 4 suspects that we discussed earlier on. So our top 4 suspects, only Alter Ego is the one on page 1, the other 3 teams on page 2. Okay, match point. Now we'll do the math again. Alter Ego, they are 5 points shy away from hitting match point. Boom Esports, they are 8 points shy. FaZe Clan, 10 points. eArena, 13 points. Now, Vampire Esports, after scoring that chicken dinner, they are 13 points away. And 13 points is doable in 1 round.
Very, very doable. If we take a look at that, even if they do reach the threshold, you still need to score another chicken dinner after. So if they score, say, another chicken dinner in the upcoming round, it may not have full effect, but they definitely will need those match points of 69 points at the moment, as it's displayed on the top center of your screen. Whereas I would say a lot of the teams still need to play a little bit more of a catch up. So I believe there are plenty full of chances out there. We even seen, you know, the likes of BTR having the last end coming from Federalis, but it did not bring just about enough. Maybe they need about 3-4 games to get there. What do you say?
Yeah, I think BTR, well, assuming that they do very well or decently well, right? So it's like 3-4 games. So it's still going to take quite a while for them to climb up to the match point number. Oh, looks like we're not going to end in 2 games for sure now. We'll see if it goes the bare minimum of 3 games in total today, because we're jumping onto Erangel coming up next. And Vampire Esports, welcome to getting close enough to meet the match point.
Yeah, and of course, there is something that is currently happening if you guys were to log in into the PUBG Mobile client, where we have this huge collaboration with your favorite anime, Attack on Titans, where you can play as one of the Titans as well. If you're a fan of Eren Yeager and co, then you definitely want to check this out. You can fly around the map using the ODM gear and more awaits, so join the fight now. And be sure to stay tuned for even more amazing collaboration content coming real soon. Hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBGM, Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, AOT.
Yeah, and not only that, there's also a new collaboration in case you have not checked this one out. It is the collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Shelby American, featuring these 2 amazing vehicles, the Shelby GT500 and the 427 Cobra. And it comes together with exclusive attachments and also stunning colorways and a lot more. But it is only available for a limited amount of time until the 6th of June. So don't miss this one out. In case you make any content out of this, don't forget to hashtag PUBGMXShelby, hashtag Shelby, hashtag Shelby GT500, and hashtag Shelby427 Cobra.
That's right. And of course, there's even more action that you guys can subscribe to as you check out all the WoW Elimination skill fast gameplay where you can just drop right in, get your weapons, and keep on going with the rest of the field where you can experience unlimited firepower with upgraded battleground as you can dive into the brand new map and discover exciting new adventures awaiting for you. So check this map out at 1288 68 67 so as you can show off your skills, push your limit, and become the brightest star on the battlefield.
Yeah, so do try this one out. I do love WoW. And what? Oh wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Somebody flexing very early today. Vampire Esports.
Well, while I still can, right? Because we don't know if the next round and the show is done. So might as well. So great job, Vampire Esports, for scoring this chicken dinner. But of course, the mission is not over yet for Vampire and everyone else. Coming into our next prediction, tell us about yours.
Well, I think that Boom Esports is definitely one of the closest teams to be able to reach that. They should be able to reach it right now, chicken dinner or not. So that's the reason why I'm putting them up there. And I think that Claw Slayers have definitely shown a lot of strength when it comes down to Erangel matches. So therefore, that run inside Sanhok isn't really the full telltale sense of that. And also remember, these guys, defending champions, I believe that they do have what it takes to, clinch a couple of huge volume of elimination points and get back on track.
You know what's unique about Xavier? Oh wait, before that. Oh, just look at you gotta love the energy of this guy, right? Like every of his other teammates are like chill, or they're just laughing at his reaction, but he's like, yeah man, my war cry. I love it.
Yeah. Like, this is the kind of spirit that you want a team to keep on going, no matter where you're currently poised at in the leaderboards at the same time. Meanwhile, the rest of the field, they're kind of laser focused in the sense where, they just want to ensure it's going to be maybe a smooth day out if they could do their level best with like 3 rounds in a row. Get it with a chicken dinner by the end of it, then yeah, you can just call it a day. Well, Voki, my former player, has always been cheeky.
Your old crony.
My old crony? Nah, that doesn't sound too right, is it? So back into the fold with MEC this time around. I feel like he definitely is a good addition to the team, but right at this moment, this team still kind of needs to navigate their way through. I guess there's still more adjustments, even with those changes of the roster. And for you this season, which rosters seem to be the most interesting after iterations of changes?
Wow. If you talk about overall interesting, I think FaZe Clan has the most interesting one. They got majority of players from Octa, Thailand from the previous season to join them and to form what I call FaZe Clan 3.0.
Yeah.
The lineup this season. And they still maintain like a few players from last season's FaZe Clan. And I think they made the best moves overall in the transfer window. And that's why we see FaZe Clan. They are performing now.
Yeah, in that sense, like, you are absorbing a team that has been on the rise as well. To me, Claw Slayers have definitely been the most interesting, taking 2 so-called retired players to join back into the fold. And both of them have worked together in EVOS, namely Zuxi as well as Red FaZe. But looking at this current circumstance, I think that there is still a lot of pressure on them to really show their true strengths like they had back in their former glory. And I've yapped just about enough. We got about less than 10 seconds from here on to move into our classic match of Erangel. So that to be said, let's hop right through.
Contra, I have a quiz for you. What happens when you marry Sem9 and Talon?
What happens if I marry Sem9 and Talon? Well, I don't know if Eagle and the Tiger could get married, but do tell me.
Well, apparently they can, and they become Claw Slayers.
Okay. I can see where you're going with this, but then again, wow, that's creative. I never thought of it. I think
in essence, it kind of can work if you ask me. But yeah, interesting. So let's talk a little bit more on that, right? So what made you thought of it?
Oh, okay. Well, I stand corrected though. Actually, it should be what happens when you marry Sem9 and Prestigea. Then it becomes clause players. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Red Face was from TALON. But well, because of well, to further explain my point, because like players like Pokuku and Pepeng, they used to be from Sem9 before this, and Red Face and Zuxi, they used to be together in Prestigea Esports. So now we're basically marrying these two teams and they become clause players. So yeah.
So I guess they gotta get maybe new passports once they settle with their marriages in that sense, because we got different regions on board as well. But taking a look at the region down over the south side, great news for Vampires as well as Sem9, who are starting off around that Primos region. So plenty of stuff to do for the rest of the field who are not within the stage 1 circle. FaZe Clan steals away a couple of vehicles just right underneath the noses of some of all the players coming from the team that's been keeping themselves to the compound. So great start, no casualties thus far for the rest of the field, including FaZe Clan, who walks away with this vehicle.
Yeah, I also want to point out that there is a change of drop spot. So VOIN Donkey, they didn't drop in military base itself. So there's a little bit of a shift there, but it's okay because, well, by luck that is, the first circle is not at military base. So that's okay. You don't need to worry about like, oh, we crossed the bridge, somebody's waiting on the other side. And not like that happens often nowadays, but you kind of eliminate that chance of that possibility happening. Now we do have on screen Chipeng from Claw. I guess he was on a mission to look for a vehicle, but unfortunately he didn't find one. But anyway, Red Face gave him a free ride.
Yeah, that's all that is required, so they could just get things going very early on. Now, Claw Slayers, they're currently in the center full of it all, 9th position, 38 points. I would still say this is rather healthy. If you think about it, if you score like, what, 25 points, 26 points with a big chicken dinner, which you know the level of aggression that these boys can actually bring to the table. What's interesting to note is that right now, Zuxi is actually taking a back seat for the meantime. So you will still have a very stable look coming in for the rest of Claw Slayers. Meanwhile, let's get a glimpse of eArena. 30K really showing up this season for eArena.
Yeah, I know, right? Interesting that 30K is the one showing up. I thought that the one that would show up a little bit more is Mormon. But yeah, 30K, he has been around for quite a while as well, a couple of seasons. So I guess he has gained that experience too. And that's why eArena, during the group stages, we might not see the best of them. I mean, they qualified at number 16, but now they're doing okay. And there was also a interview yesterday where Momo was asked about his experience with eArena compared with how he was in FaZe Clan. He says that FaZe Clan is a little bit more aggressive, but eArena, they're a little bit more calculative. And I think it just fits the overall playstyle of eArena that they are comfortable with.
True enough. And looking at their current run, I mean, when they started off during the group stages, the day that they performed the best is when they just went all out on getting elimination points rather than placement points. It has continued on to be the trend. While we talked about Tony K, let's talk about the real Tony K though. Now, on this weekend itself, currently he's sitting at number 2 in the amount of elimination points possible, because that past round where they secured that chicken dinner, it has a whole lot to do with this gentleman that we're seeing on the screen.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like if you kind of think about it, right? That one player that you cannot move is Tony K.
Yeah,
like everyone else can swap in and swap out, but not him.
He definitely has that level of impact in the sense where he can do a lot on long range. He is also leading the forefront from time to time if you need him to be breaching certain compounds as well. Now we have a little bit of a run in between TODAK as well as D-Saver. DX now big spotted as some exchanges have happened with TODAK trying to keep them on that high ground instead. So I guess this is where we will see more and more of these teams trying to jostle for that control around the Gatco region if they cannot get anywhere closer to the side of Primoz. So it's just a small little issue for the rest of the Savior where they got plenty of room to play with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the keyword is plenty of room, right? Because it's a circle that is like, it's an okay circle, main peninsula, and a lot of land in the circle. So there's a lot of space for all these teams to play with. And since we are smashing it today, so teams don't want to make mistakes, I guess that's why we saw that even though it's a 3-island circle in Sanhok, until teams get kind of desperate, that's where we see a lot of fights happening at the same time. If not, teams would want to try to play as safe as possible, just like how Alter Ego did, because they know that they are very, very close to reaching the match point.
True enough, when you need to score chicken dinners to be the most important factor in Smash rules, you definitely want to keep all 4 members alive for most portion of the match until, you know, you have to fight for certain spaces. So Vampire Esports did just that. Last game, as much as Alter Ego had, like, you know, that full squad up there on the nerve point, had the best compound, they start to get picked off. And after getting picked off, they couldn't really resist retaliating against both VOIN Donkey as well as Vampire Esports, and therefore loses the chance, which, you know, that was a really good chance for the rest of the members of Alter Ego. As much as I say that, Alter Ego is still currently holding on to that #1 position. They only need about, what, 5 points within this round. Absolutely achievable.
Yeah, absolutely, right? 5 points, Boom Esports, 8 points. And if we were to reminiscence on the interview with Octa at the start of the day, he didn't say 2 games. He said 3 games. That was his aim. So now that 1 game is down, he's like, we're still on target. Okay, we have 2 more games to do it, which is mathematically still doable for Boom Esports. And I guess, right? And this is me putting in the shoes of the players. Why they say 3 games is because Sanhok is always this iffy map, right? That is so circle dependent that even the players would be like, you know what? If we don't get the circle, you know, it's super duper tough. If we get the circle, it's great. So they don't want to count Sanhok as that map that they can bank on to get enough points to reach the match point. That's why they are only banking on like the Erangel maps, hence it becomes 3 maps.
Yeah, I definitely think that they are being very realistic with what their expectations are. And that's always important, right? You can't say like, oh, we end in 2 games. And then like when you don't meet the expectation, you get disappointed. And then like it further frustrates you if your team is not exactly hitting the kind of mark that you really want. So what I'm also interested at is that when we take a look at the charts as well, yesterday was arguably a dominating run for Indonesia, right? But now, top 3, top 4, top 5, Thailand, they're trolling very, very closely. FaZe Clan leading the forefront there with 59 points, which we talked about before, with this iteration of ex-Austria members, are looking very good this weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like FaZe Clan 3.0, like how I always like to call them. At this point, they are like 10 points away from match point. So that's 1 good round. Can propel them up there, and then we'll see what happens in the next round. Generally, they have been staying under the radar in the sense that they don't really like shout out like, okay, we're gonna do this, you know, as compared to like Alter Ego. Like you can see that they're breathing confidence. You can tell from the player cam as well. Same goes for Boom Esports. Maybe it's a home ground advantage sort of vibe that they're getting, but for FaZe Clan, they'll be like, okay, they can do all the shouts they want, they can say all the things they want on cam, but we'll just remain chill, and then we'll show them later when the time comes.
True enough, that could probably be the case where we're already looking at Boom Esports now with the initiation. They actually land a shot onto Alter Ego members. This is huge. So Boom Esports, are they going to look to close up against it? Because this is the chance if they want to deny Alter Ego of whatever those points are for their passport of 69 points. And Boom could just further leapfrog ahead if they can further commit, but it seems like it's a no-go zone. It's a little bit too far. They managed to pick up Alva and bring him to safety.
Yeah, it's a long-range knock, so it's not too impactful towards Alter Ego. Like what you said, they'll be able to recover quickly. And now they're moving into the circle. But at least for Alter Ego, the good news for them is that they know that somebody's in that direction. where Boom Esports is at, so they don't need to like, okay, we don't need to force ourselves there. We can rotate somewhere else. So that's not a bad thing for Alter Ego too.
True enough, and looking at the circumstances as well, there's still a lot to fight for. They do expect maybe the zone to shift as well, which is why Alter Ego, they don't really want to fully commit to the middle. It may actually put them even further away from the zone as well, but they're willing to risk it. But at the very least, Alter Ego knows that there's lesser threat coming from the outskirts of the blue zone, so they can afford to do just that. So take a big look into the mini-map right now. eArena in the poised position directly on the center, and they also do enjoy the brand new zone that was created as well, where they're holding on to elevated grounds. TODAK not too far off, but we are definitely going to see a whole lot of brawl right across that Gatco region. And take a look at Sem9. They have a chance to zone away FaZe Clan on the south.
Yeah, my eyes was kind of glued towards a VOIN Donkey because right in front of them is Claw, so it looks like they're going to take a alternate route to try to get in. For the elimination feed, we have MEC in action against TODAK. Long range by Zuxi, actually got Zeta. Okay, very interesting. Zeta's now in trouble, and it looks like Zuxi, he does have a good clear shot onto Zeta, and it's probably just a matter of time. But the rest of Claw, they are dealing with the other members of VOIN Donkey, and here they come.
Yeah, very confident on this push as they're looking for Razak. It does connect from two sides. And wow, what a coordination. And meanwhile, the rest of TALON also crashing through. And just like that, Boom Esports is down and out.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, now it's left to the other top contenders to meet the match point. Back on the claw right now. It's only Vexy for VOIN Donkey. What can he do about this situation? Okay, he does have a DPS, very clutchable weapon. Okay, he gets mobile hook, but immediately gets gunned down again by T-Bank. So it's only down to the super IGL potato now. The best they can do as a solo player is just to hope and try to hold for more positioning points.
Wow, we didn't expect these fights to erupt in the brink of that moment. And now all these teams are really fighting for all these hot locations, and where Royce is located, they want it. Here comes the rest of Alter Ego already finding the position, dropping those grenades onto GK, connecting 50%, but it was perfect from Hui Kwang that drops it directly towards Rosemary. Now they need to look for a reset, but by doing so, they are also returning the favor, knocking down onto GK. And here comes the rest of Viking Esports joining from the back. It's a three-pronged warfare, and there's probably another team by the hillside that we're looking at.
And also by the right side of that minimap, you see another team just monitoring the situation. Wow, Contra, we're going to get a party here. Who sent out the RSVP, I wonder? With
I got
the
no
Vikings. No idea at all. Somebody sent out the RSVP, but they didn't show up to the party. It's a bait, people. It's a bait. But then again, if Alter Ego can eliminate these two teams, then they are already at match point.
Oh, true enough. So it's vital for them to just stay alive and maybe stash away with a couple of all these eliminations in between. Whoever who sent out that RSVP definitely wasn't Roy Esports, because they're currently stuck there like, okay, guys, I think like we might have actually gotten ourselves into the wrong club in that sense. Now, it's going to be a zone shift. And these guys, are they going to settle the scores up north? Because majority of the region is currently being held by eArena, which I've said once more. They've already had that location and they don't really have to do too much. But DX is actually crashing towards their direction. Another fight will take place from away from our screen, while Vikings now have a little bit elevation from the rooftops. So we'll see what Brick can offer.
Dude, the odds of the circle not favoring this compound is worse than me actually able to land a headshot onto Tony K. But yet the circle still went away. It's insane. This compound is as middle as they get. Now we're looking at this fight where Roy seems to be winning it against the Vikings. But while they're fighting against Vikings, guess who will shoot from behind? Alter Ego!
They took their chances, and Roy, they're kind of pinched in between. There's just no way out for them. So that's as good as it gets at the moment, while Break also getting knocked down. The rest of MVK going for that reset. BTR, they want it as well. They're just rotating over onto the course of the valleys. But I guess there's no point on taking those fights any longer, so they call it off. Alter Ego wants to find a different approach into breaching into the zone, and that's going to be at least one member already joining into the fray, while Krypton's holding all the way back. So Alpha, his job right now, create that space and maybe find the alternate angle up against the rest of the Vikings.
Thinking about alternate angle, right? I guess Alter Ego, they sent one player up to the high ground as an alternate angle, as an option, and also as a getaway plan as well. But we'll check back on the Alter Ego later, because right now a lot more teams might potentially fight here on the left side of the circle. We have Vampire Esports trying to stop Claw from coming in, and Onsens is sent to the warehouse. Who's in the warehouse? Okay, nobody's in the warehouse or inside the quarry. We'll check back on that later, because now we have decisive and eArena. Man, this fights across the map starting to be a mess.
Is looking so messy. They're just swerving around the vehicles. Is like, oh, they're just right over onto this corner. Then they try to at least pull back a little bit more, respecting the level of control each team has to offer. Alter Ego once again getting into the thick of the action, this time up against the rest of Claw Slayers on the open field. The rest of Claw Slayers have to pop a couple of vision control in the form of smokes to buy a little more time in order to make it out alive. While BTR, they got invaded by the rest of MEC, and damage has been done. Now down to only Razy, and it's been so explosive. And here goes the rest of Talon.
Oh, Talon wants to be a third party, and MEC only has Keem right now. Can he pull off an MVP performance against Talon without his IGL Voki that has been eliminated? And Talon, okay, they're gonna chill on the other side because one player just got knocked out. But Alter Ego, Contra, Alter Ego's out.
My, I mean, they kind of overheated in the sense that they were getting themselves into a lot of different angles, but it's MVKE that kind of shut them off completely. Same goes to Claw Slayers as they are struggling outside of the blue zone, and now Talon will have a little bit more reprieve to go up against Kim. He enters that container, but will be met with firepower. Kim still stays alive, but how much longer is it going to be as Talon tries to breach right through, but they don't see him. But finally, they have wiped them out. That's 7 points for MEC.
Wow, still respectable 7 points, I must say, considering that they're out at number 10. That's not too bad for MEC, but still quite away from meeting the match point. Anyway, right now, the teams that are closest to the match point, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, eArena, still in the game next.
eArena, they're not trying to be part of whatever shenanigans these teams are going at each other for. So they're just going to hold towards that compound, which is still within the touching distance of the circle. Vampire Esports does actually form up over onto the spine of the hill and will be bumping onto the rest of MVK right above them. I'm not too sure if this is going to give them any form of a positional advantage, but they are trying to wrap things around to see if they could find at least a member off of the Vikings.
I'm looking at Vampire Esports right now. They scored 3 eliminations, so they are 10 points away from match point at this very moment. And still with a full squad, anything can happen. And you gotta think about it, Contra. Right now, the closest bunch of teams to reach the match point, they're all from the Thai region.
That's right. All within the current top 3, I would say. Top 3 to top 5. Well, CelcomDigi Alliance, they gotta once again regain that kind of momentum that they had back in the group stages. They haven't got into the mix of the full. Somehow they passed by both eArena as well as M9 in order to make the cut on top of the hill. And right at this moment, where do they land? It's a big question because there's not much of a defense that they do have for cover, but they got a lot of work to be done by taking this position.
Crazy rotation decision making by CelcomDigi Alliance. They just went straight up the hill, and somehow they scouted. They got the information that that's a clear entry point, and now they're safe on top of the hill. That's insane by CelcomDigi Alliance. But while that happened, we checked out a replay of another fight involving MVKE elsewhere that we kind of missed out just because of so many fights happened at the same time.
I believe it was the fight against Claw Slayers as well as Alter Ego, because that was the direction that some of these teams were actually moving from. So that's it. And the rest of Alter Ego, they kind of got choked out in that form of position as well. Now, Over onto the course of Talon, the Axel didn't manage to bombard that member of FaZe Clan. TODAK trying to get a little bit cheeky, trying to steal away the points. Now, that nade is a little bit of a long toss, so it will take a while before Talon will be able to secure the points. No help whatsoever for Gui. That means that FaZe Clan will continue on with this journey with those 3 members that they do have booking that high ground. So they're looking for a little bit more of a hedge fund investment, right? Like they cut one loss, they're okay taking that L. Gui, you've done enough. And what we plan to do right now, really choke out the rest of Talon when they try to move in.
And they might be able to do it depending on where the circle goes. All right, circle favors the high ground where FaZe Clan is at. So this is FaZe Clan and their chance to get revenge out of Talon for taking out Yui. So let's see where will Talon go. Okay, they can still rotate towards the left side, but there's a lot of open space there. I believe FaZe Clan should still be able to see them. But that might happen later, because right now, what's happening is Vampire Esports will need to cut through all these teams to get in the circle.
True enough, that call once again from CelcomDigi Alliance paid off so much, because other than FaZe Clan, CelcomDigi Alliance is the one guarding all these other guys coming in from the western side. Look at how crowded from the mini-map itself. Vampire Esports by the corner here, sandwiched in between 4 different squads. They gotta pick their poison right now. Is it eArena that they want to face off? Is it going to be the rest of the guys coming from the northern end? Seb9 got to do the same over onto the southern fields. And there is also TODAK, who's barely even in the circle for the moment. And the moment that they have to step in with these buggies, they will be met with a lot of guns pointed at them. So TODAK goes in for the wide wrap around. And immediately, look at that. That's Yuhai shooting upon him already.
Yeah, and that could potentially not only be Stem9, Yuhai, but Viren as well. Now spraying down TODAK Thumb. Very, very low on health, down to this last tick. But somehow Lady Luck smiled onto him and he's still alive. I'm amazed, honestly.
Yeah, meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they're dropping those grenades, so he's not going to be all too safe for the moment when they chose to drop right down below. McCarry still in this ordeal, while Talon sees that this is just big occupancy out there, and immediately Shopper shifts over onto Talon instead. They're taking 2 teams at the same time.
You take my friend, now I take your life. That is what FaZe Clan saying to Talon now. And this is something that we kind of expected, right? After the circle shifted, is that Talon, they will need to rotate out the compound, and the one that's waiting for them is FaZe Clan. But on the mini screen, Vampire Esports, they need to fight their way through as well. And obviously, now we're looking at FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports. These 2 teams have the best chance of scoring the match point. So it's critical for these 2 teams to gain points at this moment.
True enough, it is CelcomDigi Alliance that does shut out a couple of members of Vampire Esports. A lot of fights taking place on that picture-in-picture. Now it's going to be unfolded right now for us to witness. D-Savior, higher ground advantage. And it's going to be Tony K sifting through the smokes. He sees Lamborghini swerving, but he got baited into this mix. And Leon has been able to catch him out. That's coming from CV Alliance. Well, Lambo trades right back. Both sides going neck and neck. And it will be D-Savior to prevail with 2 members left. And Vampire Esports, they score 6 points, but it's not enough to touch the match point yet.
So next, we'll be looking at FaZe Clan, eArena, and maybe Talon if they can score big this round. But the closest suspect, obviously, right now is going to be FaZe Clan. We'll check back on them later on, because right now, Stem9 is on fire against eArena with the jump shot coming in by Trexy, and they will get Tony K. eArena, 1 player left.
Wow, it's just a big scuffle right through and through the beeline. Oh my word, Stem9, they crush eArena and they finally settle scores. Plenty of space now open up, and those fights, it took more than 5 minutes for them to settle. And right at this moment, D-Savior exchanging with the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance. Fear tries to see what's ahead of him, and in this top 5, honestly, anyone could actually walk away with the dinner, but it's really down to how they control the situation. D-Savior may be a little bit far off, but the nades now falling over on the side of Talon Esports. FaZe Clan still holding strong. They still have the circle. They don't really have to move too much. Can't say the same about Talon Esports.
Yeah, Talon, they are in a very, very difficult position. When the circle or when the zone starts to close, then Talon will be forced to move forward. That's where FaZe Clan can farm those elimination points. But why wait if you can land a nade onto Talon? But the other members of FaZe Clan, they got to save their utilities for now. On the other end, we have Xavier in a similar situation. In front of them is going to be CelcomDigi Alliance. They have to push their way through, and we also try to stop Paragin from coming in. Paragin receiving a lot of damage, but still able to get a knockdown onto Jimmy OP.
Wow, it's absolutely crazy. Looking at the feed itself, Yuhai has been able to eliminate Nate, so it is going to be that one member left for the Xavier, and that trade still goes on. Yoru now picks off Adik Lu, kind of allows a little bit more of that space for the rest of the teams to try to breach over onto the high ground. The EX did not manage to make the cut. Now we're down to our top 4 teams remaining. Step9 now takes over that ground control, and it's a battle between these two Malaysians. Big Nate's now being popped towards the side favor, not connecting at all, but they are full sending it, and this is only 2 members left for the side of CD Alliance.
Oh, and look at Talon. They actually made a rotation towards the northern side. Now they're going to join in the fray with maybe still FaZe Clan or maybe onto CelcomDigi Alliance's side. Let's see what they're going to do. Right now, it's going to be FaZe Clan very, very close with Talon still. And here comes Firen finishing off Iftar, and looks like CelcomDigi Alliance eliminated number 4 at 5 elimination points. The fight will continue on with FaZe Clan now on screen.
Yoru being knocked down. Chaparro on the close quarter attack brings in his DPS, but Step9 looks to run them true. Will secure it. Makara is now holding on to the line. FaZe Clan is going to be the next one to bow out. 1 member left for the side of TALON Esports. It's Step9 that claims it for Malaysia.
Step9 on fire! The fans, you want to see the Yuhai Mika combo. You get it, and they will return it back to you with this chicken dinner. Step9 is back.
They're definitely back in action right here with this massive chicken dinner. Where do they place right now on the leaderboards? We'll find out in a short moment, but man, that was an explosive wrangle that was just played out. There's so many teams that didn't really have those control of the area, like Talon that got choked out for most of the position, but finished at top 2 as they overwhelmed FaZe Clan, who was on the high ground the whole time.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they had a decent or a good position against Talon, but Talon, they played it very patiently. They're like, okay, let's find those micro angles that we can kind of hide away from FaZe Clan and last a little bit longer. And they found an entry from the northern side coming back in. But there were just too many other teams that were still alive by then, including Step9 and CelcomDigi Alliance. And obviously the one that stood tall was Step9, who came in with the chicken dinner towards the very end. And not only a chicken dinner, they scored together with them 10 elimination points, 20 points for Step9 with a Mika Yuhai combo.
Yep, he's absolutely back, and being in Jakarta definitely makes Yuhai feel it's just like home because he used to be in BTR. And look at those numbers out there. Most damage done, most eliminations for Step9 as well. Just goes to show that he is definitely feeling it right now.
That's the Mihai combo for you, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a round this was for Step9. And it's not only this round, like even in the sign-off match, they were very, very active. But of course, the circle was very, very difficult. So we're going to give them a pass for that. But still, with that combo, they are able to gain in those elimination points and give them the next round, which is in Erangel, a much more balanced map. They're able to come up with a chicken dinner. They are just telling their coach that, you know what? This combo, the Mihai combo needs to stay while we check out the highlights.
You know, Cloud, when we started Sanhok, I thought it was explosive enough, but when we moved into Erangel, they brought in the right mindset, pretty much similar to what they shown us back in Sanhok, where there was flights of plenty across the fields for that high ground terrain, but it was Seb9 that prevailed with that late rotation to really swarm up against all the other teams that were battling for control, including CelcomDigi Alliance and FaZe Clan, who was booking those regions first and foremost, and Talon's surprise attacks on that late surge was just immense enough to overwhelm those that's been gating them throughout the entire ride.
Yeah, and what makes it even more interesting, right, Contra? When we talk about like, oh, FaZe Clan, they were gatekeeping Talon, they want to seek revenge for their fallen comrade. Talon actually scored, well, at least in how we put in the top 4 here, more points than FaZe Clan. But
wow,
the one that scored a lot of points for the Chicken Dinner team, of course, our MVP this round, Yuhai. And guess what, Contra? It's only his second game in this season's PMSL, and he's already the MVP.
It's crazy. I mean, he has been the secret weapon for Seb9 this season itself, where I've been waiting as well, when exactly are they going to play Yuhai, and I guess they ensured that he is battle ready for the Super Weekend, and just like that, that's 20 points for Seb9 with a total of 10 elimination points. Talon has also garnered 10 elimination points by their own, so they're not too far behind on that 16-pointer out there. Well, that's 9 as well as 8 for CelcomDigi Alliance as well as FaZe Clan respectively. But look at the rest of the fold, 7 points each for quite a number of teams. So it's a very top heavy skirmish where a lot of all the other teams that did not manage to take claim around that hillside where it all ended up kind of fell very early on. And we also had like Roy, VOIN, Donkey, Boom. Some of these guys were kind of part of that party that we still don't know who invited them into, and that's kind of how it crumbled for these guys very early on.
Well, and I also had to point out that the prophecy that Octa mentioned about like, oh, 3 games, not going to happen for Boom. In fact, not going to happen for anyone because nobody is at match point yet. But FaZe Clan is now 2 points away from match point. Alter Ego, 3 points. And Vampire, 6 points. Same goes for Talon. Boom right now, from number 1, they dropped to number 5. And they are 8 points away from match point. So it could still be any one of those top teams' game. But Seb9, because of that chicken dinner, they boost themselves up to 41 points. It's still quite a bit. They are away by 28 points to reach match point. So they need to have like, well, you did point out like 2-3 games from the last round. So it's maybe like 2 more good rounds for Seb9.
True enough. Meanwhile, whoever within the top 6 at this moment, if they can just score about another added 10, that's an easy security for them to just breach over onto the 69 match point that we've talked about. Well, in this matchup, we've definitely seen more iterations of utilities to be put out, but mainly from the side of Talon. That's kind of how they kept themselves alive in order to make their way into a top 2 finish. So that being said, though, I kind of want to see even more coming in from certain teams out there, because Vampire Esports, they were in the mix over the south side. It was just overwhelming when they were wrapped with about 4 other teams to deal with. So as much as they won game 1, still not really reaching the benchmark that we've talked about. So match 9, very important to see who exactly gets to touch the benchmark score that we've talked about.
Yeah, and now the bare minimum is up to match 10, ladies and gentlemen. Whew. This is starting to be insane right now. With the fact that like teams like Seb9 is able to do well, and some of the other teams on page number 2, before we started the day, able to have a decent run as well. So are we starting to see like a rise of a team from page 2 to pull off a surprise and smash it today?
I definitely do think there is a possibility, but that's in hopes that, you know, there's no consistency displayed by, you know, the top 5, top 6 or so. Then there is going to be, you know, an opportunity in the windows for these guys to be able to also join in the fray as well. So don't count it out just yet. I mean, we've casted previous Smash rules for whether it's a show match or so, and we know that it is not so easy. Even if you touch that benchmark, you still need to score a chicken there. So that can take forever to even get there. So I would say maybe we still have at least a bare minimum of 3 games if you were to ask me, because at least throughout the weekend or even throughout the group stages, we have not seen a team so consistent to win, 3 chicken dinners in a row. 2 is a big maybe. And that is kind of like 1 out of 20 chances that we've seen throughout the weeks.
Yeah, and the quote-unquote consistent team yesterday, Alter Ego, who scored like 3 chicken dinners out of 6. Today, we haven't get to see the best of Alter Ego. In fact, they were only able to collect like a handful of points after the first 2 rounds. So I'm not sure, are they feeling the groove right now? Or in the bigger picture, are teams like trying to stop like these top teams, like your Alter Egos, your Booms, your FaZe Clans from actually meeting match point?
Yeah, that definitely is a very big question out there, which I feel like it's added pressure, right? When you put too much focus onto, oh, I need to score this much, where some of the teams, they were kind of put in the notion where, okay, I want to make a safe run. And sometimes you just can't avoid it. You saw the past 2 games, like every team are surrounding you and you really got to make the right call. So I guess the more that they focus onto just keeping themselves alive, the more they actually try to pick the right battles is where they could just slowly excel. So I do think that the Smash Bros format, the team with the most composure actually will be rewarded, just like how TALON kind of did, although they never really had the best of position. They never really had the best opportunity to strike until very later on. They waited and they were definitely paid handsomely for it.
Yeah, I know, right? I thought that it would have went out earlier as well after looking at, the circle shift. It's impossible for TALON. But hey, like what you said, right? They believe in their strategies. They believe in their timing. They believe in their problem solving, most important. Even though there's like, teams waiting for them at the high ground, we don't have the soul. Everything was against them. But somehow they're still able to find a way to last a little bit longer, which is very, very commendable for TALON, if you ask me.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and overall, I guess teams can actually learn a thing or two coming in from some of all these rounds. I feel like certain teams who, aren't exactly near towards the match point, which is why you're seeing, hey, I want to fight these guys. I want to deny these guys from actually getting more done, which I do think that approach also do work in the sense that you don't risk too much of your own lives, because we take a look at the rest of the pack. MEC, they fell very early. They know that they're not touching that benchmark yet, but they need to do something, and they definitely have caused heavy casualty.
Well, which team do we think will cause heavy casualty next? And here's our next set of teams to focus. We are agreeable on Vampire Esports, and we have a diff here with you going for CelcomDigi Alliance and TALON. And we just talked about TALON, and rightfully so, like putting them as one of the teams to focus. They could be one of the surprise teams with how they manage that kind of situation in eArena.
Yeah, I think like I'm convinced after that round itself as well, right? And I also like that you are bringing a couple of picks coming in from the Vietnamese region, namely Decisive as well as MVKE group stage. They were one of the biggest stars out there, and CelcomDigi Alliance, I'm going back to that crazy call to move into the hillside. That's kind of risky, but they kind of still make it into the top 4. Very respectable, if you ask me.
Yeah, high risk, high reward plays, right, by some of these teams. So let's see what sort of high risk gameplay will we see next. Now, obviously, if we want to talk about what kind of circle would you like? Well, ever favorite from me is going to be the military base circle. If it goes there, it's amazing. Not for the teams, of course, but for us as casters, as viewers, I'm sure a lot of viewers would agree that military base circle is always fun to watch. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, I could say the same as well. It is always super dramatic. Like, my circle, what's favorite to me is that if you can end it in between the bridges, somewhere between the main peninsula as well as the mainland. So I know I'm evil that way, but I think we've seen a couple of iterations of that, but of course very less likely with so many of these updates where it does not always end near the water terrains. But what we've been getting throughout the group stage is that a lot of the circles in Erangel has moved towards the north. So teams were kind of pit in between the riverside, whether it's Rozak or by the corners of Yasnaya. They have to adapt very quickly, and that is something that I might expect to see in one of these maps of Erangel to be played out.
Dude, I thought I'm the saddest, but you are Mephisto.
Wow.
For asking for that bridge. Well, let's see what kind of circle we'll get.
Well, somebody told me earlier today, well, his first words were, when going gets tough, what do? You drink tea.
we drink tea.
And we're here for the tea, right? So,
yeah, we're here for the tea.
So the tea is you get the start from Notaska military base. So it does end over the corner of Gatka towards the water side. So maybe you might get what you asked for.
Hey, you know what? I'm not complaining, Okay. Just to recap a little bit for our audience as well. Yesterday, we saw one military base circle. It was amazing, obviously. For us, obviously not for the teams. So if we get one more today, well, I'm not going to complain. And especially for Claw, Point Donkey, they're not going to complain as well because they dropped directly into military base itself. Some of the other teams, they dropped not too far, like Sam9, they prefer Ferry Pier. For teams like MEC, they prefer to play around Milta. So even if it is a military base circle, they'll be like, okay, cool, we're not that far. We can go directly in quickly. But the two teams that's not far is Alter Ego and FaZe Clan now.
True enough, and speaking of which, FaZe Clan is already opening the rounds here with the DP28 in the hands of Gui. Now, what's interesting to note is that he's got that red dot sight to be able to zoom past and hoping to actually score some up against Alter Ego, like you said. So the zone won't be too grueling for some of these guys out there. It's going to be in the main peninsula, somewhere between school, mansion, as well as the prison ground is going to be their playing field. So that begs the question, right? Those in the islands, how do they navigate? Because with this skewered flight on the south, you will expect more of these teams to kind of circulate around the farm region, around the Milton region. And we last saw Sam9 right across the Ferry Pier grounds as well. So will these teams need to go for a later rotation in that sense if they do start off from the island?
Yeah, I think they can take their time, and I believe they would have done enough study that, okay, there are a good amount of teams in Milta, especially if you want to take the right bridge, right? So let them clear off the Milta based on their respective timings, which I believe the teams would have done their analysis, and then they would just go through freely rather than worry about the fact that, oh, would they be still camping in Milta, and then we need to worry about passing by them. But this is actually a surprise substitution. Satar, who for me is one of the best players in Southeast Asia, subbed out for Voxy.
I think Voxy is no slouch, but it definitely is surprising because Satar has the most experience in this BTR roster, right? He is the only member that stayed. Everybody was a young blood brought by Coach Ken himself. So I guess that they're really trying to rack up more and more of these points. So if you take a look at the list, right now BTR kind of need to play catch up, which is why they are bringing more firepower on the block. But is it a costly call? We'll have to see about that.
Well, that one player that I know a lot of fans are looking forward to see for BTR is Ryan, the new transfer player from Malaysia into BTR. He has yet to make his debut yet, but the one that's making his debut, well, not really debut, but instead it's going to be Boom Esports scoring three knocks just like that. Oh man, it's a disaster for BTR.
It's going from bad to worse. If you ask me, we were just about to hype them up, and Federalis is being left all alone. This is just painful to watch for the fans of BTR, especially on this Super Weekend. I mean, that dents any chance in this round. So, I mean, Federalis, he could kind of do anything at this moment because he's kind of playing solo against teams of 4 so early to this match.
Contra, you know what? I have to send you something.
Send me what?
Yeah. I can imagine right now the reaction of Ken.
Okay.
Yeah. So you were to look at your message. Yeah, that is exactly what he's doing right now.
Wow. Exactly just that. Meanwhile, another big fight erupts. Boom versus DX. These are champions of PMSLs back in the past, going up against each other up the hillside. Lamborghini tries to buy space, but not quite enough. The next one to falter. And Boom Esports, 7 points added to the talent. They just need one more to beat the match point.
Oh man, Contra, Boom Esports. They're like, we're not happy at number 5. We want to show you that we can chase it back. And they're doing exactly that. And like what you said, only one more point needed for them to meet match point. And just to make it even spicier, if the next few teams are to be eliminated are like FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, Vampire, Talon, then Boom Esports will be like, aha, we will be the only one at match point.
Wow. That's a big statement play. I mean, this is... we were surprised because we were so fixated on, you know, the misery of BTR, and suddenly, bang, kaboom, Boom Esports. Within the span of like, what, we're not even 10 minutes into this game yet, and we're already looking at them already within touching distance in that sense. So that is just how good this team is. Moving to the season, bringing mastery, and still looking like they've never really had too much problems throughout the season.
Oh, and it's a, if you gotta think about it, right, as compared to like Boom Esports from the last season and also the season before where they had a bit of a downfall, Boom Esports, this season, they seem to be back.
Yeah, with a vengeance. And this iteration looks so much more well-rounded. Defense, they got it. Offense, even before they had this roster, they've always been a super offensive team. And it really shows that this is a big improvement that we're looking at coming out of Boom. So that's it, though. Talon, yeah, they lost their previous player to Boom right now. Do they have regrets? I don't really think so, because they take a look at Talon Esports. They're also looking for their own match point. Maybe they didn't have that explosive start like Boom Esports did, but hey, they can play it slow enough. If they do catch a chicken dinner here, then they can definitely be able to match up.
You know that one thing that I would love to see from Talon is actually for Yoru to be like super performing, like how he did when he was back with Morph GPX. Like he was a key player for Morph GPX, and then obviously he transferred to Talon. He's been okay with Talon, but he hasn't had that explosive performance like how he had with Morph GPX before. So if that one player that I would like to see like have that superb improvement, I couldn't find the right word, but yeah, that's how illustrated, is Yoru.
Yeah, true enough. Like this season, Yoru hasn't really shown up to that prime form just yet. I think at least last season, even with Talon, he definitely had a significant impact somewhat. But yeah, it really felt like maybe his playstyle has changed over the course of a couple of seasons already. Red FaZe this time knocking onto a member of VOIN Donkey in the midst of their rotation. So this is what we did mention before. That's 2 members down for the side of VOIN Donkey. They're not even turning back to rescue them because they know it's too much of a risk to be camping or fighting around that bridge area. So they journey on. While this has been bad news for 2 Indonesian teams, with VOIN Donkey potentially being knocked out right here, right now.
Oh no. This is starting to turn from bad to worse for VOIN Donkey. Only 1 active player, I believe. And VOIN Donkey eliminated? Yeah, they're out. VOIN Donkey is now out.
Wow. This was a master plan from Claws Layers. They kind of shared the island and they say, you know what, we're not a big fan of you taking our space. So Claws Layers, they're just making all these crazy plans in order to deny them from even getting to play the game at all.
Wow. Yeah, they're like, okay, we'll stop. We want, okay, objectively, Claw, they also obviously want to hit the match point, right? So they will do anything to get it. And I guess with how the circle was, at least on stage number 1, it will be obvious that a team from mid to the base would pass by the right bridge. So so Claw, they camped at the right bridge, waiting for a team to pass by. It happened to be VOIN Donkey. 1 knock, 2 knock. They know they have the numbers. Chase on. 4 points for Claw. It was pretty straightforward for them. But now, will it be straightforward here for Alter Ego? Looks like not. Mango responds.
Wow, great tap, and there's one member down from the count from side of Alter Ego. Well, Ka exposed, no form of a cover for himself, and same goes to Kwang as well. Just like that, they answer back, but Daybox vehicle detonated, and hence why it's 2 versus 2. Rosemary now taking the charge, running right through, and he wants to bring the fight head on, looking for the angles, but there is going to be no more room left to breathe as Rosemary will tap Roy Esports out of the equation.
And with that, Contra, Alter Ego, welcome to match point officially. They are 70 points right now. So this round, it doesn't really matter for Alter Ego, objectively speaking. But it will matter if they can stop the other teams around, including TALON.
They're just taking the right opportunities. This might just be it for the rest of TALON Esports. They're looking for the match point as well. They shred apart those members. Daybot gets that reset, but not quite much for Rosemary. He's limping away. Now they try to retaliate. They do get the knock onto Boy Seal. 1 tap is all it takes coming from the side of Yoru, and they will lock in their target. These fights will continue as long as they want to because they are inside of the zone. Further off, there's also Kim from MEC who's on that hillside waiting to strike as well.
And so Kim is playing this patiently. And I guess that's one of the reasons is because like the spread of MEC right now is quite big, so they're not playing together. So Kim is not taking that risky approach. But good call by MEC to have that 2-2 split. So at least the other 2 players is on the left side of the road, now within the circle. So both Kim and Amazal can join back together with the IGL Voki in the circle itself. But a team that's not in the circle yet is going to be Boom Esports. Okay, we're going to see a replay of that bridge fight where Claw, they waited. Okay, Claw wanted to cut across, but yeah, it was VOIN Donkey that actually waited for them.
Yeah, and I believe they will have a whole lot of all these run-ins moving into the next couple of rounds of Erangel, but at least it was a statement coming from Claw to, so to say, to really signal some warning towards the rest of VOIN Donkeys. Like, hey, you ever thought of challenging us in Nova Noe or anywhere near the islands? This is what happens when you try to cross over the bridge. So, of course, we move forward from that altercation into what's currently going on as teams are trying to breach into the zone. eArena now wraps around the northern points as they will claim the hillside. This is a really strong position to actually fight because last we saw, MEC was not too far off over onto the east. So the longer they hold, they might actually see those kind of rotations that will actually give them an edge when it's time for them to go in for 7 pickoffs. Well, Boom Esports, 7 points added. They're trying to also add a few more so that they could be joining the party with Alter Ego on the match point of 69.
Boom Esports just need to find 1 more point, and then the points won't matter too much for them anymore. Instead, the side quest for teams who have reached the match point is to try to eliminate the other teams that are close to getting the match point, and just to minimize the chances of another team smashing it. So that's how the narrative would go for Alter Ego now, and potentially Boom after they score 1 more point.
True enough. And after they complete this side quest, then goes the main quest on the next round, right? Securing a chicken dinner. It doesn't matter if you walk away with the chicken dinner with 1 point or 0 points. Well, if you can walk away with a 0 point chicken dinner, tell me how you do it, right? So, of course, let's not get
You can ask Master Ramen that.
Oh, yeah. That's one guy that actually has the answer for me, but unfortunately, he's not part of the PMSL, probably not in another 10 years either. But MEC, they finally come right through these grounds. This is something I've expected these 2 teams to kind of meet up at a certain point. So they spot out the members of eArena. They're not willing to go in directly for the challenge. Sakura also is holding on to the high ground. So MEC's got to find a different alternative. So they make a wider wrap. They go further down over the northeastern side. So that being said, though, usually that potato hill will be held by plenty of teams. We're only looking at maybe Sem9 at this moment to be somewhere close to that point, and that is a very powerful position from this new circle that emerges there.
Oh, here comes FaZe Clan and TALON, and both teams are actually very close to hitting the match point, but they might potentially cancel each other right now. And looks like FaZe Clan still a full squad winning it against TALON so far. There's still Boychill and Yoru on the other side. Axel and Acho now down on their knees, and FaZe Clan, they're going to try to sniff them out. Red Bull will be gunned down. But Boychill, before anything happens, he will secure that one elimination point. Now here comes Dewey with the DBS. They know exactly where he is on the second floor. Right now, he's been cornered down. Chopper comes in with SLK. Not able to land his shots yet, but the follow-up came through. And FaZe Clan will win this fight. Right now, FaZe Clan, welcome to match point.
Well, that is a grudge match, just like how they did in the last round. But this time, they managed to win the trades against TALON while eArena shuts down MEC. That's kind of what we missed out while we were fixated onto the earlier scuffle, while they are now creating a bunker of vehicles at the very least, because the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance slowly is tagging upon them at the moment, while the rest of Boom Esports, they found a lot of that space, a lot of great vantage point from this POV to really gain some intel on the other squads. They spot out eArena smoking their vehicles, so they can kind of continue on if they want. And also Alter Eagle by the far corner to be wrapping further down.
Boom, that we saw on screen, just needs one more point. It's taking quite a while, but of course, patience. It's either they score that 1 point through an elimination, or another two teams get eliminated and they will gain that 1 point by placement point. And that will be enough for Boom Esports. For now, that is. And the side quest is then to maybe try to eliminate Vampire Esports and eArena, the closest teams to the match point. As for Alter Ego, 2 players left. If they're somehow able to eliminate like Boom Esports, for example, right now, that would be a miracle. But Alpha, he needs a miracle to be safe now.
Oh yeah, and there's only Daybot left at this moment. He is just trying to keep himself alive while Sem9 hacks them right through. So it is going to be Alter Ego, just enough touching that match point together alongside with FaZe Clan. They are happy enough to crash out.
And I noticed that one of the players of Boom Esports just got knocked down. Mastery, aka Misery. But they're still in the game. Okay, now we're at 9 teams. One more team gets eliminated, Boom will officially meet match point. So to a certain extent, they could be hoping for that. Okay, Mastery down. Yummy May, 10% of health. He would definitely bleed out here, and the point will be given to eArena.
Oh no, this kind of dents their hope into securing that 1 point in that sense, because they lost so much of their firepower. FaZe Clan now holding down, and it is going to be a hot rush, and Boom Esports having another member being knocked down. They gotta quickly recover, and they spot even another one over on top end of the hill. So they are not exactly in the right spot. FaZe Clan denying any possibilities, as currently they're at the top of the charts. 5 total points added in this round itself. Right now, this could be a tie dominance that we're seeing to wrap up the day if they can score a chicken dinner in the next round. But we continue on. Octa, the only one that wasn't really parking themselves over on the shack, will have a little bit more of that space to play over on the wraparound, while Joker has been able to kind of steal the point away. So that being said, eArena adds another one, and they're inching closer and closer to match point as well.
Oh, dude, I'm at the edge of my seat right now. Octa is so close to holding on for at least 1 more point for Boom. Okay, he just needs to hide. He just needs to ninja his way until another team gets eliminated. This is just insane for Boom now.
It is so difficult. I can't state even more other than that. But because of that smoke, he draws the attention sweeps, and this is not what was required at this moment. I hope he does manage to stay afloat, but all it takes right now is one good grenade to really send him off the match. Speaking of grenades, it's Macaris versus Red Face. And that was perfect out of Red Face. How did he do that?
Wow, Red Face. He had a homing missile. He didn't have a grenade. He had a homing missile there. The smoke was still active, but yeah, he's but speaking about grenade. But anyway, Contra, because of that, Octa survived to top 8. They gained that 1 extra point. Esports is now at match point.
You're right. I forgot about the placement points as well. That's just about good enough. So I guess Octa, he is relieved of that form of pressure, but I'll see whether if Vampire Esports have got themselves homing missiles. Apparently not at the moment. While there are a couple of teams over in North, and that's M9 trying to challenge the rest of MVKE. MVKE, they break their silence right at this moment. And speaking of break, he has to lead the fray up against the rest of the members. M9 just charging right through. They don't really get any form of contact of vision at this moment on either side of the party. But the moment they get themselves into the same compound, you know it's going to be a bloodbath battle between the two of them.
And looks like they will. Look at M9. They try to close the gap with MVKE. Smoke is kind of halting their movement. So both sides, they trying to get as much info as possible. Okay, if they can get a knock, then it's go time. While we wait for that to happen, we're going to see CelcomDigi Alliance now against TODAK. And looks like GBLP with his own homing nade landed it onto 9.
And instead, it's just met with firepower from the rest of Claw players at the very same time. And in the midst of it, they just crumbled. There was not even a fight. And here comes Claw at eArena. A 3-way battle erupts out of nowhere. Joker now leading the pack. Well, it's going to be the rest of Claw players trying to fall back at the very same time, looking for that spacing. Mormon now drops a Molotov into that space. And look at the center. It's absolutely empty because all these teams are battling by the edges.
Oh man, this is going to be an insane warfare here on the right side of the circle. Now we have 3 teams here, eArena, TODAK, and also Claw. And Joker gets eliminated, Brian gets gunned down. And Brian, he's still able to secure that elimination point by taking out Joker. Moment was the one to take down Brian. And Claw, now they're in action, knocking out Frenzy. Sakura goes down to the hands of Tam as well. It's getting messy here right now as TODAK will try to navigate the smoke to find his target.
Yeah, he's trying to breach right through. 2 members still left. And he does actually land a little bit of attack. And he secures it as well. TODAK back for more. And now there's only 1 member left for the side of TODAK, while the rest of Claw Slayers are also moving right in. Big Nate's falling through. Not connecting just yet. But this is a full squad of the Indonesians swarming right at the direction of eArena.
And here comes everyone onto TODAK. Too much point to handle as Claw will be the victor in this fight against all the other teams, scoring 13 eliminations so far in this round. Claw, they are on fire now.
This could be the biggest round that we've seen so far in the PMSL weekend, coming in from Claw Slayers. And I wonder, can they also close up against M9 as well as Vampire Esports? If they do, maybe this round itself, Claw can also reach the match point by having such a massive round. Claw Slayers, they call in for a grand reset, and imagine the amount of resources that they have from this shack alone after all these bodies hit the floor.
Oof. Looks like as the bodies hit the floor, at least they will not be drowning in the pool since there's no water here in the circle. But Claw wants to be drowning in the eliminations. Okay, last we checked. Okay, before this round started, Claw has 41 points. So they are 28 points away. If they eliminate everyone, man, my math is killing me. But if they eliminate everyone, then it's still not going to be enough. But it definitely puts them very, very close to match point. Anyway, Octa, somehow he's still alive after all those nades rained down onto him.
Yeah, now Mika gets a great angle up against the rest of the members of Claw Slayers. They will be able to notify of his position inside the compound, but they have troubles of their own. They are popping up the smoke to keep themselves alive, while Mika also spots Octa. Boom Esports somehow makes it to the top 4. Even more points added to the tally. I think right now, the points don't matter anymore for Boom Esports. It's about chicken dinners for the upcoming round, while the rest of Vampire Esports kind of had to force their maneuver out of that compound, no longer having too much of a safety net, while the taps are looking so good for Mika.
And Mika still tapping away on the Claw. The good news for Claw is that they are currently in the circle, but that might change in about 5 more seconds as we still have stage number 7 coming up soon. Everyone's holding on to their ground right now. Where would the circle go? The circle! Hardships towards the left! Sem9 has the circle!
You can imagine Sem9 fighting for their second chicken dinner in a row, while Vampire Esports still holding firm over on the south side. They don't have all members inside the zone just yet. Trexie now rallies on, tries to amp up a little bit more firepower for Mika because they've already spotted 2 teams from this angle alone. Sem9 in a very poised position so far.
And they could potentially farm more elimination points. Now that some of the teams do not circle, that includes Octa as well. Doesn't matter too much for Octa. Okay, so if Octa has a choice, ideally, he might want to give his point away to Sem9, assuming that he doesn't deny away the point. But of course, he can do that as well with the blue just right at the back of him because he has no way to go while Vampire Esports, they're looking at him. Tony K trying to take that point. Vampire Esports, I believe they could still use a handful of points, or maybe they're enough right now. But okay, we'll tabulate that one later because right now it's all about what will Octa do.
I think Octa could just deny himself to the blue zone, right? If you don't want these teams to get up ahead, you don't want them to score the points, so you might as well keep yourself safe from any form of harm and just call it a day right now in this matchup. So perhaps he can also play for the healing game, get a little bit more of that placement points just for the sake of it. So he's already on it. So there's just no form of reprieve from this position, especially with the rest of Sem9 locking it out. So Yuhai, he's just trying to see, is he gonna step out? No, apparently not. So better just focus on the rest of Claw.
Oh, and looks like Vampire Esports. We get Zaxi onto the ground. And Boboho denies himself a way to the zone. Yuhai actually got that one out of Zaxi. So that's another 1 extra point for Sem9, stolen away from Vampire.
Wow, that's huge. Right at this moment, look at the struggles for Claw. Chipeng tries to crawl right through Sem9, not really spotting these movements just yet. As I say that, it's UI! 8 points, make it 9, and we will see the battle take place between VPE versus Sem9. And, well, you talk about the marriages of Tigers and Eagles. This time it's the Vampires up against the Tigers. In broad daylight, we'll have to see if that lower ground position isn't ideal for VPE, but at least they can afford to trade back.
And the chances for Sem9 to score this chicken dinner is really high right now. Okay, but Vampire Esports, we know that they're capable of managing multiple situations. They're creating the smoke bridge right now. It will try to cut across the road. That's going to be the first mission. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem with the smoke bridge as it's quite a distance away from Sem9 on their vehicle. Okay, get set, go. They do have a few trees in front of them as an extra cover. And that's going to be mission number 1 done. Now, mission number 2, win against Sem9.
They're pushing directly to the compound, and Tony K has managed to reach, but he's being brought down low, though. Yuhai now being amped about this current scenario. He will have to drop towards the low ground as they currently want to extend to take a fight in close proximity. Mika received all that full intel. He knows that these 2 members are right around the wraps with a 2-2 formation split apart from the side of Vampire Esports. Those nades are currently being cooked. He's going to be able to miss all these kind of tosses, and he can still hold on to this position. So Sem9, they kind of know how to coordinate this fight as well.
It's a 4v3 though. Now with Vampire Esports managed to somehow breach over into this compound. Let's see who will be able to land their nade. Okay, it landed on Mika. The chip is damaged down to 60%. Another nade onto Mika. That's on the outside. So Mika is fine for now. Both teams in the circle. And looks like Contra. We're going to see stage 9 for sure.
That's true. It all boils down to getting that first opening pick, and then you will expect Sem9 to flood right through. Same could be said about the rest of Vampire Esports. Despite clawing their way from that low ground will be very difficult, so that flank coming out of Shrebs needs to be pinpoint accurate if they need to get it done. Very patient plays from both teams, while Yuhai, he's inching closer and closer. He's actually crawling towards Shrebs.
Oh yeah, within the smoke. UI potentially going for the flank. And Shrebs, he doesn't know. There's no sound if you crawl. UI just ran for Shrebs. Okay, waiting for the smoke to decimate. But it still will take a while though. And Yuhai shows himself. Okay, right on Shrebs. Shrebs runs back into the smoke. Yuhai not able to get the knock. Instead, it's going to be Mika knocked back down. Yuhai, he has to fall back. But Yuhai, the moment he turns back, he gets on Zens. But now it's only Trexie left as Yuhai now is down. Trexie against the wall, against Vampire Esports. And nothing will stop the bats in daylight. Vampire Esports, another chicken dinner.
2 chicken dinners here, and this smash roll. They have found the formula to be consistent, and this is important. We'll see. Do they have enough to reach the match point just yet? Because the last we checked, they were very, very close. It could have been another one in the back for Sem9 as well, but that overextension from Yuhai kind of give way for Vampire Esports to retaliate. And would you say that they could still afford to hold on to this compound, because perhaps that wasn't exactly the right play being called out by Sem9?
Well, if you kind of think about it, right, if that Yuhai move worked out, let's say he got swept, everyone would say that that's a brilliant move. But obviously the fact that it didn't happen, then everyone would be like, oh, okay, that's a bad move. You know, it really, there's no like right or wrong answer to that. It really depends on what outcome at the end of the day. But if you ask me personally, I do like that risk that Yuhai actually took to try to take down Schweppes. Obviously, Schweppes was not taken out, but that's fine. I like the bold move that Yuhai was willing to take.
That's true. I mean, if it works out, then it will be a grand run for Sem9 to really close off this weekend. And when we take a look at this, that's a total of 14 points that's been gained by Vampire Esports. Once again, relying on the heavy-hitting Tony K. But Schweppes, for him to stay alive, to trade right back, that was good enough to relay back all that info. And then you saw the fight erupt. Everyone was really playing side to side in that sense to really close it up for Vampire Esports to secure their second chicken dinner for today.
Now will be the question. Did Vampire Esports do enough to meet match point? I believe so. I believe they're also another team in a match point right now. 2 chicken dinners looking for their third right after these highlights.
Another win for the Thai region as Vampire Esports kind of clawed that way through, but it was Claw Esports that did manage to secure plenty full of elimination points to kind of top the charts over the span of run, while 7-9 was so close in the top 2 position in this match alone. Boom Esports done just about enough to score themselves the match point, so they're going to be looking forward for a firm chicken dinner to close off our Smash rule.
Okay, I was doing the math as well for Vampire doing the highlights, and they have done enough to reach match point 2. So, coming into when we calculate the match points later, we will see a lot of teams actually meeting match point. And this is really interesting because if you look at like last season's PMSL Southeast Asia, at this stage you only have like 3 teams that is match point, but this time we got a lot of them. But we're also getting a lot more of Tony K now that again he is the MVP. This time 2 eliminations, that's 50% by the way of the eliminations for the team, and 407 damage.
So far remaining very, very consistent throughout this run, and this is what we want to see as the Thai fans rejoice. You know, back in the group stages, they definitely caused their worries because Vampire Esports at a certain point in time, they almost did not qualify to this weekend, but thankfully they've definitely found that former rhythm and now even surpassed expectation. Kla, that was 18 points in this round with 13 massive eliminations, so that is good going for them. While we have also talked about the rest of the pack, we spoke about Boom Esports. They've been able to secure themselves 11 points so that they've been able to also fight for the chicken dinner up next. Maybe same arguments for the side of eArena with a total 11 points. TODAK have scored themselves 5, FaZe Clan with another 5 of their own, and Alter Ego with 4.
Yeah, and the other one that did well to reach the match point is Alter Ego. Yeah, you did mention about that. But we also have like 4 teams without any points at all. You know what my heart feels for BTR with the fact that how they got eliminated this round. It was just like the first team to like lose 3 players early. Okay, but we'll talk about that later because right now we have 5 teams. Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, Boom Esports, Alter Ego, and eArena now at match point. Eyes will be on these 5 teams if they can smash it in the next round.
Yep, and if they don't smash it, then Talon, Claw, as well as 7-9 will also be in contention by securing the match point itself, which should, by right, be within that touching distance unless something really goes wrong in the next match. Of course, sad ordeal for the rest of BTR. They brought out Satar for that match, and immediately they were met with a lot of firepower in the early game that kind of overwhelmed them. TODAK does push a little bit as they secure themselves those 30 pointers out there. MVK as well as DX, there is realistic hope for them if they can actually meet a top 4 performance in the next match so that they could touch the match point itself.
And can you imagine, right, if a team smashes it next, BTR, a team that is like an S tier lineup, could potentially be locked in, sealed in at number 15 or somewhere around there. That is how insane BTR versus the lineup that they have and how they're currently performing.
Yeah, it's a big shocker, right? I mean, this is a legacy team from the very beginning of PUBG Mobile Esports, and to see them in this position is definitely gut-wrenching in a sense that I know there's a lot of pressure on these players as well as the back-end staff because right at this moment it's not yielding results. And over on to a Smash Bros format, I guess there's a little bit of a notion where some of these players did not exactly experience in this format, so it is somewhat foreign to them in a sense, and what they really have to gel is to go back to the basics. You gotta find that level of chemistry and rebuild it over a very short span of time. There is only gonna be maybe a couple of rounds of chances for them, unless they're saying that nobody in the top 8 secures the chicken dinner, that they are hoping that this is gonna bring all the way to match 8. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to jinx anything. Maybe there's a chance. It's a very big maybe.
But you know what's not a maybe? It's our break time, ladies and gentlemen. We will be taking an extended break this time. When we're back, it's going to be more Smash Rules Sunday. See you guys after the break.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. fight begin. You did great.
Magic right now, but right amount of players bring barbecue to death drop. New life reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. TALON, strategic. The one in trouble right now. Nate, worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer, who will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk bicara raya kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมแมนครับ เพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้าเอง
Untuk raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KN ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau nonton di seri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่มอร์แมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีมอร์แมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last-last ni, diorang punya meta yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Bung akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama glue.
the first 3 games. Then who thought that we only have 2 matches for today? Guess it's me. But we still have to be more patient because the games are still going. But before we jump into the game number 4, let's have a quick interview with Tony K from Vampire. Sawadika. Alright, so Tony K, you started the day with 36 points and quickly pushed all the way to top 1 with 77 points. And did Vampire come in today with a different any strategies?
ก็มันเริ่มวันแรกนะครับและเริ่มวันนี้เราเริ่มมาแค่36แต้มแต่ว่าเรากระโดดขึ้นมาสู่ที่1ด้วย77คะแนนอย่างเร็วมากๆเลยแวมไพร์มีการเปลี่ยนแผนการเล่นยังไงบ้างไหมครับก็พวกเราเล่นเป็นตัวเองมากขึ้นครับเล่นในแบบสไตล์ของเราคือเล่นช้าแล้วก็ตีไปเรื่อยๆครับ We just try to be ourselves just keep on your play style keep fighting and keeps moving
So there's no like a new strategy from you?
มีแผนใหม่บ้างไหมหรือว่าแผนเดิมเลยก็ยังไม่มีแผนใหม่ครับก็ยังเล่นแผนเดิมอยู่ตลอดครับเพราะว่านี่คือจุดแข็งของเราคือเรื่องไฟครับ Not really the new plan because this is our strength that fighting.
Alright, so for the next questions, not only 2 chicken dinners, you also earned 2 MVP title for yourself today. What was the key to that dominant performance for yourself?
ก็นอกจากเราจะได้ไป2ไก่วันนี้เรายังได้2 MVP อีกด้วยอะไรคือปัจจัยสำคัญที่ทำให้เราเล่นได้ดีขนาดนี้ครับก็ปัจจัยหลักก็คงเป็นเรื่องของการเล่นของพวกเราที่เล่นเป็นตัวเองมากขึ้นแล้วก็ไม่มี error play ในวันนี้ครับ The key is just going to just be yourself focus on yourself and yeah we didn't make any mistake today
Alright, and about the MVP, you think is there anyone that also MVP material as you, Tony K?
คิดว่าใครมีเหมาะสมจะเป็น MVP นอกจากเราอีกไหมชเวฟครับ Vampire ชเวฟ
How about the other teams?
และทีมอื่นนะRosemary ครับ Of course Rosemary
Alright, Rosemary. So next, with 5 teams of a match point, will you focus on eliminating them and first in the beginning match or will you switch to playing safe to secure the chicken dinner?
ก็ตอนนี้มี5ทีมที่อยู่แมตช์พอยต์นะครับในเกมถัดไปเราจะเริ่มด้วยการจัดการพวกเขาที่อยู่แมตช์พอยต์ก่อนหรือว่าเราจะเล่นแบบเซฟๆเพื่อเอาไก่ครับก็เล่นแบบเดิมของเราครับเพราะว่าถ้าสมมติว่าเราเล่งจังหวะตัวเองเพื่อที่เราจะอยากกินไก่อย่างเดียวแล้วมันไม่ได้จบก่อนแล้วพอไปถึงเกม8แล้วคะแนนเราก็จะหล่นเรื่อยๆครับก็ต้องเซฟตรงนี้ไปด้วยครับก็จะเล่นเป็นของตัวเองให้ดีที่สุดครับ I would say just keep focusing on ourselves because if we push ourselves too hard and then the game finally reach to 8 game is going to be so rough because the point going to be down so much
And out of 5 teams, like who do you think will be the biggest threat for you to get the chicken dinner first?
คิดว่าทีมไหนจะเป็นอุปสรรคใหญ่ที่สุดสำหรับเราในการได้ไก่วันนี้ครับก็สำหรับผมก็น่าจะเป็นทั้ง15ทีมเลยครับเพราะว่าเวลาใครขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์แล้วใกล้ได้ไก่ก็จะโดนโถมครับ Of course all of the 15 team whenever you get to the match point you will get pushed so hard
Alright, so for the last questions, there are finally teams that have reached the match point after a game 3. With teams getting so competitive now, do you think we could go all the way to 8 games today?
ก็เนื่องจากมีทีมที่มีประมาณ5ทีมที่ได้เป็นแมตช์พอยต์วันนี้นะครับคิดว่าวันนี้การแข่งขันที่มันเข้มข้นมากๆเราจะไปถึง8เกมไหมครับหรือเราจะจบก่อนก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จบให้ได้ไวที่สุดครับเพราะว่าตัวผมเองจะได้พักแล้วก็ทีมงานก็จะได้พักเลยครับ I would say we would do our best to finish it as fast as we can so I can rest and the other teams and other organization can rest
Alright, can't wait to see more action coming from you guys. So thank you so much for this amazing interview, Tony K, and also thank you so much, Pooh. And now it's time to head it over to our caster to kick off the game number 4. So casters, on to you.
I like Tony K's last answer. Do it so everybody can rest. Obviously, it's not only about them resting, but it's about them smashing it and be at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what we want to hear. I mean, other than that, it's focus on ourselves. Focus on ourselves. All the teams have been focusing so much that they have been able to achieve these kind of desirable results. Speaking of which, though, so far inside Erangel, we saw so many teams erupted into battles, whether if they like it or not. Blades were lopped, some of the bridge were kept. and Claw Slayers definitely had a massive round going for them, denying the entry from VOIN Donkey. So there's more work for VOIN Donkey, but things are looking really good for Claw Slayers and some of the other teams that have been able to secure themselves the qualifying points right at this moment. So take a look right there. FaZe Clan currently sits at the top, and from their firepower and prowess, they've got 52 knocks, joined together with some of these other teams who are pretty close by. Boom with 50, 45 for Claw Slayers, and 43 for TALON.
I am slightly surprised that Vampire is not here, but if we were to zoom in onto Vampire's performance, they weren't the most explosive team when it comes to team fights. Sometimes they do fight and sometimes they don't. That's why in the last round, they were very objective of just securing enough points to meet match point. They don't force themselves to take too many fights. And I really like that because you're playing objectively rather than like, oh, we don't really need it, but we still go for it. And then, you know, sometimes mistakes happens here and there. And like what Tony K explained in his interview as well, they made little mistakes. So they know how to play this very objectively. And now because of that, Vampire Esports together with 4 other teams, they are at match point. 5 teams in total can potentially smash it next.
True enough, and at this point of moment, it is absolutely crucial for them to score another chicken dinner in order to close out the day, give us that kind of break that he kind of said to us. So I'll just treat that as a promise coming from Tony. So, you know, you flexed the t-shirts already, and now is that a new bucket hat that I see here? You're calling for another chicken dinner for VP, is that it?
Yes, I'm also calling for more chicken dinners from
wow,
any other top 5. Yeah, let's see who will get this one.
Where do you actually get this? Well, do I call it cardboard? What exactly do I call it? I'm not even certain, but man, you got so many of all these merch. It's starting to make me jealous, and I do think that there is a few somewhere hiding around my closet, but I don't think I have the time to make a run for it. But of course, looking at the teams that need to make a run in order to stop these teams from ending it right here, right now, it is going to be very upsetting. You think about it, there are certain teams, they want to still play on because they kind of need to get a better placement on that leaderboard because they're fighting for the chance for the grand finals so that they can qualify to the Esports World Cup that will be happening in a couple of weeks more. And there's only 3 golden tickets for these teams to acquire, and therefore the journey starts here on their historic run to play in the biggest stage of the world.
Yeah, it's very different as compared to the last year's PMWC, right? This time, it's only 3 slots, regardless of whichever region in Southeast Asia that you're from. So, yeah, it's very, very tight this time. And of course, it will be held in Riyadh this summer, ladies and gentlemen, something that you don't want to miss out. And you also don't want to miss out on our official phone sponsor for the PMSL this season. Thank you so much to TECNO for being together with us. And guess what? This intense battleground is proudly powered by TECNO POVA 7 series, which is the phone that you can see here on the right side. With its innovative design and ultimate performance, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower you, and I mean you, and you, to win in the battleground with ease. It is the exact same phone that these players are using now on ground.
That's right, and of course, that being said, it'll give you the edge in order to score those big chicken dinners, and any other games that you love to play on your mobile will still have the great battery life for you to also go ahead with your usual daily requirements. So make sure you actually check out all the great stuff that the POVA 7 series offer. So that being said, though, when we take a look at the potential of the tournament ending in this very match, I mean, the chances are kind of pretty high when you take a look at the streak that VP is already showing. And then you got a very on-form Zen9. You also do have TALON. And how many more names? I don't know, because I want to take a look at the list once we get on board.
5 teams. 5 teams right now that's able to smash it this round. The ratio is like 5 to 11. So it's actually quite high if you ask me. if we compare this with last season, I roughly remember that at this stage, it was maybe like 3 or 4 teams that actually made the match point. And now we're 5 teams. And these 5 teams, they all have very high potential. And like what you pointed out, like Vampire Esports, 2 Chicken Dinners, they on paper right now, they have the highest chance of actually smashing it. So I don't know, will this put extra pressure onto them or not? Will this be like a curse for Vampire Esports? We don't know because it's going to be super tight from here onwards. Surely these teams will be targeted by other teams to stop them from smashing it.
You know, you mentioned that there's about 5 teams right now at the very least that's currently on the current scoreline. So can you imagine if we have the entire lobby wiping each other out and then the 5 teams are still in the top 5? Oh wow, that would have been the most epic Smash Rule finish that we'll actually see. But if these 5 teams don't close it right here, we will see more and more teams actually have that slot as well to breach that 69 points. Meaning to say, it's even bigger worries where it will go down to whoever is fortunate enough to be able to get that chicken dinner to close it out. So I guess it's fancy full of chances for some of all these guys out there. While I believe from the interviews as well that when you're in that position, there's a lot of pressure. A lot of teams are really looking for fights. And that's kind of what we're seeing, right? Back in group stages, did you see fights blow out like this? No, because right now, teams are just taking chances like, I don't care if I'm not in the points. I want to stop these guys from winning. And if I win them, I get more points for myself.
Yeah, or the other way to look at it is that if you are like on page 2 and you're kind of far away, the thought process is that, okay, let's just take any form of risk, just take every single fight because we don't know when it will be smashed. So you don't want it to be smashed when you are still at number 15 or 16 and then you'll be looking back and telling yourself that, oh, we should have just taken that fight, man. If not, we'll be smashed in at number 15, 16 anyway. So that must be what these teams are thinking of. And that's why like we saw multiple team fight, like an RSVP being sent out and then like 4 or 5 teams accepted the RSVP. So they could be just thinking that way too.
Yeah, I guess like to be very certain whether if you're going to be able to deny some of these teams out there, you kind of don't want to call the fights too early as well. I mean, yeah, you might deplete somebody, you might be depleted as well, where it may not favor anyone in that certain point of time. So I think stage 3, stage 4 is where the battles are set. So look at those kind of stages. These are our familiar names. TODAK maybe not too much throughout this weekend for some reason, but usually they are somewhere between the mid game to the late game of a certain play day, and they start to activate some of all these big results. So that is one of my curveball picks, but I think FaZe Clan, VOIN Donkey, they're kind of on that course, pretty much on the right trajectory to slowly get there.
Yeah, out of all your picks, right? All our picks, of obviously FaZe Clan now is in part of the top 5 to smash it. So they could be one of the potentials as well. And they have been rather quiet when it comes to content, at least. So they seem to be that team that's like, okay, wait. The moment dance! Finally I get to see the moment dance. This is the moment dance, ladies and gentlemen. We need more. We need to see that again when eArena smashes it.
Yep, how do you prepare for a game? You gotta dance it off so that once you score the chicken dinner, you can also do the chicken dance as well. Sam9 so far so close to their chicken dinner on that past matchup. Of course, denied by VPE. I mean, either or, I'm actually happy about it. Looking at such finesse being displayed. Even big smiles coming from Boom Esports. Octa was the final member alive in that round. He's like, did I put in enough points when I do get the placement? It's like, okay, job done. Okay, I think we're getting the same kind of moves over and over from Tam. But this time, maybe he's just, yeah, he's doing the same.
It's like, love for you all. You know, he wants to smash it as well, but TODAK is not within the match point yet. So they still have a lot more points to climb. But maybe this could be a start for TODAK. Let's head on to it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Game number 4.
Well, hope you guys have refilled your water bottles, your cups, because we have potentially plenty more games to go. This is going to be our third for the night as we dive into Erangel, but this could also potentially close right here, right now, if our top 5 on the chart scores a chicken dinner. We'll see about that this time. From Mount Stalber into the Sonaska military base, very fast flight for all. And I think by now, a lot of teams, they've been able to at least sift through where the enemy line is, where they usually drop is going to be pretty much safe for their distance of trajectory. So I would certainly say that at least for the early game, things are going to be on the same note. But once again, focusing back into the island though, last we saw, Claw Esports, they set up that bridge camp against VOIN Donkey. What is going to be the response? VOIN Donkey takes 70 so that there's not going to be any problem of those cheeky plays from Claw Slayers.
Well, who knows? Okay, but it definitely won't happen. Well, since VOIN Donkey, they changed their drop spot to Suburni instead. And I guess it's dependent on the flight path, and they would like to be one of those teams to drop as early as possible. Instead, Claw, they change as well. Well, not really changed. They dropped in Novo just like before. It's just that they waited for VOIN Donkey. So they're going back to Novo. Mid to the base is going to be taken by Claw instead. And the circle is not going to be too different from the one that we had before. It's still on the left side, centered around Gatka. And guess who scored the chicken dinner when it was in Gatka?
Vampire Esports, and I think that the last one was also Sem9 back in the very first matchup. So that being said, very, very strong stances, and you can see the logos on the first 5 names. They have already got the match point already, meaning to say 1 win is all it takes. Kind of like the graphics this time around to give you guys a clue. And as we kick things off, eArena also loves that region around Quarry. So if there is going to be any form of fight between Vampire Esports as well as eArena, these are the Thai teams to deny each other. And as a matter of fact, that's 3 Thai teams and 2 Indonesian teams.
Oh, it looks like we're seeing another substitution. So TODAK Real is going to come in and Brian is going to take a break. Oh, TODAK, they're at 30 points. So they need 39 points to be at match points. Still need to do a lot of work. But for Alter Ego, they are going to bring in MAQNA means family. And MAQNA, yesterday he did perform. So they need his performance again this round because they are one of those teams in match point.
True enough, and when they're family, nobody gets left behind. Alter Ego, definitely far from behind, right? And the big question when we started off the season is how good really is this Alter Ego roster? Because it was a major shift when you only have Alva as well as Rosemary to be staying intact, and all the rest was fresh faces. And speaking of fresh faces, Oleo finally gets himself some playtime. So Iftar gets subbed out. CelcomDigi Alliance, 38 points. I do think Oleo definitely serves a higher impact. And Satar is back. So it's only 1 game for Voxy, unfortunately.
Dude, the game that Voxy played before this, he hardly did anything. And he was eliminated, unfortunately, right? And now immediately subbed out. So obviously we don't know what caused like some of the decisions in the previous round because obviously we don't have the mic checks. But I'm sure BTR behind the scenes, they know what they're doing. And this is, they're at the stage that they need to do anything. Because right now, number 15, if it's smashed, if this round is smashed, BTR is locked in there. So, I don't know, man. I mean, it's weird to see BTR down there.
It's very, very weird. I mean, the best hope possible is for BTR to really aim for a potential top 4, right? If you can search up a hit to maybe top 11, top 10, that is as safe as it can get if the match is being smashed right here, right now with a chicken dinner. So I'm pretty sure that if they get this chicken dinner, then they're definitely going to be happy because they will get closer to that 69 points. Vampire Esports today, having Tony K being the superstar that he is, really showing his strength. I was wondering, okay, when exactly is he going to really put in those big haul of points? Because back in the group stages, a lot of times Tony K was one of the first to be picked out, or maybe he was left all alone, and then eventually Vampire Esports didn't really get too much. And their qualification into this weekend was extraordinary because they had to fight from that bottom barrel page back into the top 16. And once they are in, you see so much more improvement because now they are oozing with confidence.
And you know what the major change for Vampire Esports this season? As of now, we have not seen Vintorius play.
Oh yeah, I thought he was not even part of the roster anymore. You know, like I was kind of worried for a sense when Vintorius, he has been working so well in tandem with Tony K.
Yeah, but I guess I'm sure they would have known, like they would assess like, okay, whatever happens behind the scenes, and they found that this lineup to be the better lineup. I mean, it's showing in the results now. So I guess for Vintorius to come in, well, with the current performance of Vampire Esports, I don't see any space for him. But yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Like, they are a team. If they win together anyway.
True enough. And remember the iteration where Vintorius back in FaZe Clan, Tony K made his debut in FaZe Clan as well when he was just a 16-year-old kid. So it's kind of like a FaZe Clan 1.0, FaZe Clan 2.0. I lost count. So I don't think they need that right now because the current VPE is sitting at the top of the charts. So you're right. I mean, if there's any chance that we see Vintorius, maybe it's going to be week 2 of action. So we'll have to hold our horses for now. While for the rest of BTR, I don't know, man. Like, looking at this iteration, you know, the last season, we have so much hype building around BTR because of the transfer market where they brought the finest of the Philippines Federales into the equation. And I felt like somehow the sparks are not really ignited throughout this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, okay, and then I'm in the opinion that whether BTR performs or not, the one player that they cannot move at this point is Sata. Because Sata plays a very important role in his support role. He's obviously a very experienced player. He is a very decorated player as well. Playing the support role is crucial to enable like frontline fraggers like Federales to be effective. So Sata is very much needed. And not only he plays a support role, he's also the IGL as well. So when Sata was subbed out in the previous round, I was kind of like,
That's a big question mark, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What was that decision made?
Exactly. So, I mean, from the outside looking in, I couldn't find an answer for that. And I guess it's shown why and how important Sata is by him immediately coming back right after that game.
And this was the right call because they didn't really play the game last game either way. So at least with this shift of the zone, BTR can actually hold a lot of grounds from the hillside. They started off from that school apartment, now going into the in-between. So I think this is a better pick-off angle for them. They can deny some space from Boom Esports that have left the corners of Rozak. I think like from them playing in their own regional perspective, Boom definitely knows a certain way to avoid BTR or take the fight against them. Well, FaZe Clan now moving up the hills, challenging the rest of Outer Eagle already. I guess it's a no challenge. They fall right back. They are trying to find a little bit of safety net. Macari's now also trying to see if they can cut the other way around because this potato hill is gonna be erupting with these two teams fighting for the possession.
The best part is that it involves two teams at match point. But at the end of the day, FaZe Clan says, not today, and they decided to move away, which is fine, right? Because for teams at match point, it doesn't matter how many eliminations that you get. It matters whether you get the chicken dinner. So it becomes a 100% survival game for the top 5 teams. They don't care about eliminations now.
I guess the only matter of eliminations that you care about is when you do knock the guys who are currently qualified, which, of course, if they don't knock one member out, they would not know at all. And I believe in esports mode, the names are censored for the players until they actually confirm the elimination as well. So that being said, it is not going to be all too easy for them. Well, TODAK scouring around, no vehicles for Tam, and he's been banging on his chest, rallying for support for the Malaysian contingent to be cheering on for them. I mean, he got our hearts, but TODAK, if they want more hearts, they got to start scoring big in these rounds.
Yeah, and Xavier, they wouldn't mind some hearts for themselves as well. I mean, when it comes to performance, it's just okay right now, 45 points at number 10. They are 24 points away from match point, which is still quite a bit. It will take about maybe 2 rounds for them to gain those 24 points they score big with the chicken dinner, then it's going to be a different conversation. But yeah, for Xavier, it's also okay. Xavier is also one of those S-tier teams, right? That a lot of people would be looking forward to. But when it comes to their performance, it's just okay. You know, it's not an S-tier performance. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think that they've been playing a little bit more passively as compared to, what they've shown us back in the group stages. Explosive day 1, and then back in day 2, they start to have a dip. And it really felt like they didn't break the streak of slump, if you ask me. So I guess if there's any form of reprieve, they do have the circle under their control because they've started off inside of Pachinki. While Vampire Esports, they got a long journey ahead of them, Sem 9. So that is the 2 teams that it has been beating or bumping from time to time. Lamborghini being knocked out as well, not a good sign for the Xavier because we've talked about their slump. This is still not them breaking that spree.
Oh, and they're trying to look for Lamborghini, but Lamborghini is actually on the outside. And C2 navigating around. He could have heard the footsteps. And Lamborghini might be safe. Okay, if we can get into this house. Okay, door open, door closed. Niti is there. Okay, Niti, please don't need your own teammate. Okay. Anyway, revive kicks in. eArena, they're not really pushing. Back as a 4.
Yeah, eArena, they really want this possession of the city of Pachinki. If they can actually have a stronghold here, then they can kind of guarantee this checkpoint and farm for even more and just deplete the opponent. So, well, let's think about it this way as well. If everybody decides to play passive, what happens then? It's going to be a tough stagnation. A lot of all these teams are just going to try to fight for that chicken dinner, and in essence, it kind of forces some of all these late application with multiple angle fights to also erupt at the very same time. So I guess no matter what, even those teams who have kind of qualified for the match point, they kind of still have to wiggle some fights in between, and Onson's now being chased by the rest of MBKE. That's one team that they're hoping not to meet as well. I mean, we've seen how explosive the Vikings can get, and arguably these are superstars who used to play back in Team Secret, used to play in DX, and they have plenty of firepower.
Yeah, and when we talk about like the Vikings and their performance, it's also kind of up and down, right? It's like okay, but if we were to break them down into like region, who are the best performing team from the Vietnamese region? So that's one thing to take note of. But we're also going to take note of the fact that the player of FaZe Clan being knocked down, but no signs of follow-up yet, and Red Bull will be picked up. So it's another one of those long-range knocks. So FaZe Clan being one of the teams that is currently at match point, we can see them playing very safe by the edge of the circle, just taking the time, not really forcing it through.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely a good notion. FaZe Clan, even from the past couple of games, they didn't exactly have that kind of explosiveness, like, hey, I want to keep hunting without players, unless if they are fully challenged. And oh no, that was Giwi's tire being popped as well. As we take a look at that mini map, I think this is a very familiar ground, as a lot of teams have kind of battle around these hills before. VOIN Donkey gets the favor, Alter Ego just by the rim of the zone as well. So FaZe Clan, they tried to breach through, but where exactly is going to be a good entry for them?
Well, that question can be asked to Vampire Esports as well. Tony K knocked. Oh, T2? Okay. Stage 4 knocked on the outside of the zone. And it was actually Mela that stalled a little bit of time onto the Vikings. Now, long range by Schweppes, putting the damage onto the other side. Superman will be knocked down by Onzen's. Boonty will fall to the zone. And looks like the Vikings, they are falling apart. Only one active player left, and it's very low right now. They're at risk of going out first.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Sem9 also joining from the back. So this is going to be a big prong pincer where Vampire Esports is being sandwiched in between. Trexy now calling for the shots here as there is going to be the rest of Sem9 circling around the hillside. Boonty bleeds out to the play zone, not going to be claimed by any other team out there, so troubles lying up ahead, not only for the rest of VPE, for those who are over onto the blue zone for MVKE. So right now they call for a truce for the moment. Sem9 is currently taking charge.
Yeah, and Vampire, they still have the option of rotating elsewhere instead of going head on to Sem9. But it looks like they're going to take the fight against Sem9. They're going straight onto it. They're going to charge onto Sem9. Here we go. Vampire, Sem9. As Onzens was started off with a knock onto Mika. Second knock onto Trexy. Looks like Sem9 falling apart. But then again, at least Spirit, he traded back with taking out Mela. But still, Vampire Esports. Successful push onto Sem9.
That's more than successful. He hits onto every single member of Sem9. MVKE depleted. They were pinched out of the blue zone. And here comes the rest of Claw Slayers arriving to the scene. They are too tanky on this hovercraft. Can he take Bubble Hole out? Cheaping now dropping very closely and not having the vision controlled. So he's going to be knocked down instead. But here comes Uxie though. He is going to be able to go in for the white flank. While Vampire Esports also dance around them. It is going to be a close call. Tree versus tree. One on the hovercraft trying to look for that position as well. It is a big fight erupting. Onzens now covering his tracks. He is the closest to Bubble Ho.
And Tony K just goes Uxie. Now it's going to be Bubble Ho and Red Face. The duo that has to do it against Vampire Esports. And the hovercraft, he crashed into somebody. Looks like the answer is yes. And Claw, right now, they put Vampire Esports at a huge handicap with only Schweppes left.
And he lost a tire on this buggy, now running right out in the open. Where exactly can he hide? He's in between 4 different teams. So he's just got to play it safe, but there's just no room for him to escape some of these shots. Now the shots are being fired back onto the side of Bubble Ho. And that's being drawn in from the side of VOIN Donkey while he gives chase to the last member of Vampire Esports.
Oh, Schweppes passing by Adilung. And he survives for Lala. Schweppes did not make it. Vampire Esports out. eArena out. 3 more other teams to go that could smash it.
That's right. TALON at the brink of it. They need 3 more points in order to match those numbers out there. VOIN Donkey in their centerfold. Claw Slayers having Bubble Hole to hold out. And that was a crazy battle that we just witnessed over the hillside. Now, taking a look at the outskirts, TALON, FaZe Clan, the ones who are on match point already, they're nowhere near the zone.
And they're nowhere to be found by other teams at least. So they're staying away from fights. But Boom Esports, 2 players down. Can't stay away from this potential fight from VOIN Donkey. That seems to want to try to stop them from moving forward. But they will buy as much time as possible. As for BTR, Snake will be gunned down. Okay, here comes Alter Ego from the south side coming into the circle. And in front of them, they do have a team waiting. So you can see Alter Ego is playing this super duper safe as well.
True enough.
BTR out!
How?
0!
And that was Voki nading himself as well. So I'm not too sure what really went on. We might even get a replay later on to BTR. Last game, 0 points. This game, 0 points. Still not working out for Satar and Co. While Gilway draws right close by up against VOIN Donkey. And they've already set up such a choke point. FaZe Clan, upon arrival, they get depleted. And oh no, they are in shambles as well. This is what I talked about. The team with those points. They did not make the cut. Now it's only down to Boom and Alter Ego.
Whew. Okay, even Boom is out, Contra. Boom is out. It's only Alter Ego that can potentially smash it. Okay, while all that is happening, look at Talon as well. They gain 1 elimination point. They are 2 points away now from meeting match point. Claw, 1 player left, 2 eliminations in hand. Still a little bit more work for them to do. But Talon could be the next contender unless if Alter Ego ends it all.
And I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to do so yet because they're still looking for that room to play out from MEC as well as Talon. They will now go up against each other. Talon needing those 3 points. They can find it from here. As a matter of fact, 9 coming from TODAK somehow strikes them down. So this actually is an opportunity to be seized by the rest of Talon. Also receiving tags, but boy, still he fouled Amazal. And now looking for another swing. And it's going to be a great one from him from Axel to take Voki out of the wheels.
Wow, mechanics at his best by Boysil, but Boysil now taken out by Kim from the other end. Kim within the smoke. He'll be hunted down by the rest of Talon for sure. But on the other end, okay, now we have Alter Ego on screen going up against D-Saber. D-Saber wants to deny Alter Ego from smashing it. Alter Ego to try to fight back now without Alpha and Rosemary. They're currently down. It's only Daybon and Moana, but Moana is down as well. It's only Daybon and Alter Ego is down. We will continue on the night.
And this is what we've mentioned before. There are other teams, they want the long run because they're not reaching the max point just yet. The fight will go as long as it should. Right now, the best chance possible for Talon Esports to also reach the points in this match. They were taking those fights, TODAK in between, and they have also eliminated a couple of members from the side of MEC. Talon has already scored it, 70 points in this match. So it's all about sealing the deal for the rest of them. But they only achieve these points in this round. It does not count until they have another chicken dinner.
Okay, all right. Oh, Void Donkey. Oh, Razak now in trouble. Teammates Ibrahim though, but it's gonna be hard for him to be picked up anyway. Axel receives damage from the nade. CelcomDigi Alliance on the other side. They're on the outside of the circle right now. They need to win fights to get in. Void Donkey eliminated by D-Xavier. D-Xavier, they're already at 7 eliminations.
My, D-Xavier, where exactly did they find it? They were definitely holding their ground inside the Pachinki and kind of had that going as they have eliminated some of these members of eArena. While Talon journeys on, they have plenty of more of that space open up. Now needs to deal with the rest of Roy Esports. Roy, kind of in a predicament as well. They only have these 2 members over onto the hillside. The other 2 members are further over onto the northwest, while attacks are being fired from the side of TODAK. And I think that TODAK is in a great spot to actually flush them off. 9 now drops in those nades up against Axel as well as Achil. And just like that, Acha says, no, you won't get to step in any closer.
And you will step back into the lobby as Talon will eliminate him. And right now, CelcomDigi Alliance, they're on the outside of the circle. I don't see much of a problem for them to get in. But maybe at the same time, they can also block other teams from coming in as well. Now, at the southern side, we have D-Xavier. 7 elimination points. Mathematically, they can still gain enough points to reach match point this round.
True enough. I mean, they definitely have to come out swinging huge in order to take the rest of the pack out of the equation. Now, nades are being primed right in. Almost clipping onto Frantisi. And, it's just barely enough from that space. But if he can't actually get a toss going for him, that's going to be great. Axel having some good flank angles being covered. And Vexi's going to also take his chance to drop that grenade towards Rill. So all these players are just sitting by whatever cover they can find from the trees. And Rill, he's going to be the last man standing for TODAK. Oh, I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to get out of that tight situation.
Well, CelcomDigi Alliance is going to make it even more tighter for them. Look at this, coming into the circle. Right behind Vexi is CelcomDigi Alliance, a full squad, in fact. And then you have Rill. So they are still all in the circle. But the circle will change in about 20 more seconds, coming into stage number 7. As CelcomDigi Alliance, now they're creating the smoke bridge. They seem to want to approach this fight.
Looking pretty great for their angles to be able to catch a glimpse onto TODAK as well as some members of Talon up the north. And as the back and forth continues on, it seems like it's going to be a gridlock situation there. DX has so much space open over the south side. They can choose to move into the zone. Roy Esports from the far west as well. This is a great opportunity for themselves.
And now we are in the top 4. Here comes the long range by Jimmy OP, bringing the pain onto TALON. At TALON, the two players managed to step in behind the stone, but they're not in the circle yet. But look at the movement on south. decisive rushing on the CelcomDigi Alliance.
Oh, this could be a big one. decisive, they take their chances because they're preoccupied by the members of TALON up north. And here comes the nades being pronged towards the side of FaZe, and damage being done over onto this course. But Nate, he wants to close right through. He's going to swing by with a buggy as there are plenty of that spacing to be fought for. CelcomDigi Alliance, a few members put into position. Leon's, he has that space, but that's not really a space that's really going to be giving too much of a great cover. Those nades flying through, nobody connecting those dots, but it's going to be Leon's to take out the rest of TALON up north.
Oh, but now they're busy with decisive. And decisive, they're hunting for more points here. Next is probably going to be CelcomDigi Alliance because decisive is some of the players on the outside of the circle, while Leon's tries to buy enough time, tossing down utilities, tossing down nades up onto the high ground. Now decisive doing the same as well in response, and they got Leon's. This is go time for decisive.
Perfect accuracy on that toss. So only down to GBOP. Answers back.
Yo!
He will catch two members looking for tree. He's being held there as Sonic Luke has been able to stall them. A big blunder out of the members of decisive is only left with Power Jin. He does actually get the catch onto Sonic Luke. So it's only down to GBOP. 1v1 between these two teams. Roy Esports, they have the full squad strength, but where are they?
Oh, Roy Esports, they are spread out across the circle. Look at this. They are the light yellow team, and they have all these teams covered. They can come in anytime soon. Okay, Rui Kwang gets Levi's. Now decisive Paragin, the only active player left, trying to gain as many points as possible out of CelcomDigi Alliance. Jimmy OP will finish off Lamborghini, and here is Paragin, shot by Roy from the side. Mango will claim that point.
CelcomDigi Alliance somehow holds strong, and that rush coming from decisive, rather sloppy. I would say they will be able to go in for the pickup still. It's still going to be 3 versus 4, but they are being choked out of that space. Take a look at the mini map. Roy Esports have that full control. All they have to do, wait for the zone to close out, but they want every single drop of points, so they're going in for more.
Oh, CelcomDigi Alliance, they have to climb this hill though. And look at Roy's spread. They have multiple off angles against CelcomDigi Alliance, while CelcomDigi Alliance, some of their players not in circle yet. And here comes the nade rain, hoping to land it onto Leon's. Leon's clipped down to 40% of health. Another nade set across a molly onto Leon's. Leon's knocked down by the molly of Car.
And now only 2 more remaining, Jimmy as well as Addict Luke. Can they still turn their thoughts around? They do the damage of Bango. He does actually catch a glimpse as well. The trades are looking good, but not quite enough to take down Addict Luke. From the back, shots will connect, and this is it. Roy Esports gained their first for Vietnam.
King Roy, ladies and gentlemen. Last we checked, they were at number 16. With this ticket, they're definitely not going to be there anymore, as King Roy will not want to put themselves all the way down there. They want to climb up, just like all these other teams, hoping to be at match point today.
Wow. What a round that was. We talked about the opportunities for the top 5, all of them being denied. And then now leaves so much room for the rest of the pack. TALON have been able to score the match point in this round itself. So you add more names to the list, it is still anyone's here to take. Let's go for a flashback because decisive, they had that upper hand until they rush upon CelcomDigi Alliance.
Well, I kind of look at it as decisive, they don't really have a choice because they were on the outside of the circle, the zone was pushing in. And they saw that opportunity after getting one knock onto CelcomDigi Alliance, and that's why they pushed, because obviously man advantage. But then again, it was also with the brilliance of Jimmy OP that had the off angle against decisive that stopped them from rushing. So I would give props to Jimmy OP and his position to defend against decisive. But we're not going to take away the spotlight here from King Roy with this chicken dinner. And the amount of eliminations that they got this time, 19 points.
This is a team that was absent for one season. They came back here, they qualified to the Super Weekend within the first week of tries and showing us that they are capable of securing a chicken dinner. This is a team that's telling us that they are ready for the grand finals. So as much as they can actually first get their true merits. So let's take a look at the highlights and we'll come back for more.
It's King Roy, people, with the chicken dinner. Whatever happens, whether it's smashed or not, they don't want to be at number 16. Other than that, the top 4 teams, obviously, there's no top 5 teams from the overalls here. And that includes CelcomDigi Alliance, Decisive, and TALON.
Yeah, that actually gives a lot of hope for those who are somewhere towards the bottom of the barrel, that you can still secure plenty of it to be having that fighting chance. At least score those placement points so that you can still solidify your stance for the grand finals. So that being said though, CelcomDigi Alliance inches closer and closer. Same goes to the Savior that could potentially see match point for themselves. TALON, they've gained the match point true merits in this round while they take on so many fights at the very same time. So that, as we mentioned, we definitely got to give it to the rest of Roy. They were calm, collected, they got that region up the north, and they slowly extended their wing, and it was Mango that dictated the course of the battle, just looking at the angles that he's been able to gain up against DX and also TALON at the same time.
Ah, my favorite juice. Who needs headshots when it comes to Mango, right? Look at this, 0% headshot, but still the MVP. I think I need to try my skills in being a pro player now. I can't hit headshots for nuts, and you know, if this guy can be an MVP with 0% headshots, I think I should try it out.
Yeah, no wonder you were saying that, hey, it's like me hitting a headshot onto Tony K. You were saying 0%, then you're definitely not going to be able to hit him as well. And the chances of you beating him in the lobby. Anyways, didn't mean to sidetrack because we got the scores on our board. It's big double digits for the top 4, whereas in the middle pack, Vampire Esports, Fly, Boom, Boing Donkey, TODAK, they have secured just about enough numbers for those with already enough qualifications. Then these 5 points don't really matter too much other than the shiv through the table if it were to be smashed in the next upcoming round. While more troubles lying ahead for BTR, another 0-pointer round as they are absolutely stumped. They got to find any form of inspiration moving forward.
Dude, super scary for BTR. Surely Roy will push them down to number 16 now. If you need a confirmation, you're going to get a confirmation soon. But okay, we're also going to look at how many teams joined the match points. eArena, welcome to the match points. So now we have 6 teams. Claw, they are 7 points away. Xavier, they are now 11 points away from match point. So this is going to be super interesting. We have 6 out of 10 teams that can potentially end the day after this now.
Yep, and if 6 teams crash just like how they did in that Post-Erangel match, then it opens up that chance for Decisive as well as class layers to also join in the party at the very same time. At the very least, Vampire Esports, they are currently holding that #1 position. So say if it's being smashed by anybody else, then they will by default drop into 2nd position, which isn't too bad, but you want to secure that #1 spot because they're doing so well today. And when we take a look at the rest of the field, 7-9 as well as CelcomDigi Alliance closing the distance, 49 points for the side of VIKINGS Esports. So for the rest of the field, like VOIN, MEC, Roy, and etc., and it does confirm it, BTR, bottom of the barrel. It is the worst spot that we've seen them in any Super Weekends played in history.
Okay, so here's what's baffling me about BTR, right? So if we look at their lineup, right? If we dissect that lineup, BTR, their strength is firepower. They have like the Filipino Terminator, you got Sata, who was last season's FMVP, and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter right now is that they have the lowest amount of eliminations among every other team. And they are not able to survive as well. So that's why they're at number 16. So this is something that BTR really needs to dissect. Like, what's the problem right here? Because on paper, they have so much firepower that they can eliminate the entire lobby even before jumping out of the plane.
I feel like it's because they're not really putting themselves in position to even try to fight with their firepower. So I think like it's definitely them falling off of their usual identity, because that itself, like you said, is their strength, because they need to really prove that they can fight other teams out there. Perhaps moving into Miramar, you'll see a different tempo of play coming from BTR when they do have more of that spacing where you're playing through terrains instead. So this is definitely gonna be a big curveball being put at the rest of the field. But also remember this, there's a lot of teams that are really, really good on Miramar. So before we even get into Miramar, we've got a whole lot of things for you guys to check out, because right now happening in the game of PUBG Mobile is the collaboration with Attack on Titan, where you can just fly around on the ODM gear, turn yourself into the Elder Titan if you want to, and just wreak havoc upon your enemies. As this is a whole lot of fun, as you can dedicate your heart to victory with this AOT collab.
Yeah, then that's what they say inside the anime. The only way to live is to fight. So fight! And that message should be sent to BTR, by the way. But you know what? You guys out there, I know a lot of you are collectors. You surely have collected all sorts of vehicle collaborations before this, and this is another one that you need to add to your collection, which is the Shelby American collaboration together with PUBG Mobile. It not only comes with the Shelby GT500 and also the 427 Cobra, but it also comes together with exclusive attachments and stunning colorways. And of course, more than that as well. So if you want to know more, do check it out inside the game for a limited amount of time until the 6th of July only. It's less than a month now and counting.
That's right. And on top of that, you guys could also amp up your firepower, train with your friends, and enjoying the all-new WoW Elimination Skill Fest World of Wonder, that is, where the gameplay is currently live. You can get ready for an upgraded battleground with non-stop action and dive into the brand new map and discover exciting new adventures. So make sure you check this map out. It's on 1288, 68, 67, and you can show off your skills, push the limits, and become the brightest star on the battlefield. And of course, enough of the ads, back to what we were here for, as we discuss and allow them a little bit more of that breathing space. 6 teams right now on board. Of course, it hasn't been an easy ride. We saw how many battles taking form in like end of stage 2, where initially we talked about stage 3 and 4. Stage 2, we're already getting everyone in the mix already. So I am absolutely concerned for these guys out there. Now, there is also some chances for even Dingo Savior to be able to climb if it does not end in Miramar.
Yes, they are close. A lot more other teams are getting close as well. Maybe even like teams like CelcomDigi Alliance, maybe even like Sem9, getting super duper close. But now we also have TALON who joins in one of the top teams who can smash it as well. So super duper interesting right now, right? We gotta think about it. And it's also very interesting for the teams on the other end. Sorry, looking at you, BTR. I mean, okay, not to pick on BTR, right? Like Ken's a buddy. Sata's a great guy as well. Love interacting with him. But the matter of fact is that we cannot escape the fact that what's happening with BTR, I have absolutely no idea. It's baffling me.
They've been caught on rotation twice now, or even if you want to count back in the earlier games as well, they didn't really seem to have any form of solid participation. There was no fighting back as well, so it's a complete lack of identity already. They gotta do it just like the meme goes, remember who you are, where the dinosaurs somehow yells at you in that sense. So, of course, memes aside, this is no laughing matter. This is kind of high time that BTR realizes that somebody needs to make firm calls. So I'll let you make a call right now. I see that you got your BTR. Is that a sticker? Is that a fridge magnet? I don't know, but you are also voting for BTR this round.
Yeah, and well, this is actually part of the tag on their jersey that I take off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So BTR also in my team to focus, and this is also like for BTR, red card for you. Red card in the sense that stop not performing, okay? BTR has to perform because their roster on paper is absolutely S-class and they deserve more than the amount of points that they have right now.
True enough. I mean, I was focusing on your attack to the point that I forgot what I even predicted in this match. So let me actually drag towards the list. So back into this game 4. I'm looking at FaZe Clan. They have definitely shown a lot of strength when it comes down to the Miramar hustle. Traditionally, Thailand and Vietnam, they're really good at this. Back then, I thought that RQ are kings of Miramar, but they are not part of the Super Weekend. So could be any one of the Indonesians that have already secured it. And looking at Vampire Esports, I think it's go time, as well as we only got less than 10 seconds. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go over to our first Miramar of the night.
Six teams that can smash it here in our first Miramar of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be smashed or will the night continue on? Contra, do you have a date tonight?
I don't have a date ever for the past couple of years, but are you asking me out?
Well, not really. I was about to say, well, cancel your date, but since you don't have one, then you don't need to be worried. You're fine. Because it will be a long night.
Were you glad I didn't ask you the question as well? Because I think I'm expecting similar answers. So that aside, I think that we have a date with these 16 teams, though. Is only one out of the many gets to claim the Smash Weekend. So that being said, can you imagine if it goes all the way to, say, Game 7, Game 8, and then the last team who qualifies with those 69 points somehow actually secure it? That will be the craziest turn of events, if you ask me. I mean, right at this moment, if nobody smashes this round, we are expecting D-Saber to be added to the list. We're expecting TALON to also be joining the fray as well. But take a look at this current circle. It is all the way down south, including some portions of Patona. What are the odds of it ending in Patona? Because I think like maybe there's a slight glimpse of it, but it is definitely tough for the rest of the party because this flight being so skewered, some township is kind of left pretty hard for certain teams to reach.
I can tell you what are the odds of any in Persona. The same percentage of an odd if I were to land a headshot on Tony K.
Okay, got it. 0.
Hey, you look down on my skills?
You look down on your skills too, no?
Oh, true enough.
I guess that's right.
No, okay, the dialogue should be, no, I look highly on the Tony K skills.
Yeah, and to look at the brighter side, right? Like, I'm a decent player, but he's just miles better in that sense. So, and that too, I mean, if I were to match up against anyone here in the PMSL, I don't think I stand even for 1 minute. So, as much as we had a couple of smack talk towards BTR's current drop of performance, like, you know, them on their prime form, or even on their worst form, they're still better than us. So I guess that's the only thing that we always have to remember in that sense. But still, I mean, we're fans of all these guys out there. We just really want to see them really get something done. So MEC is one of the teams who has got some really interesting stances and maneuvers, because throughout the group stages, they have gotten a lot of top 2 finishes, even the chicken dinner for themselves, and a lot has to do with Kim in their roster. A lot of I mean, the limelight was at Voki because he's added to the roster, but Kim, he's so good at the game.
Yeah, I know he has been the muscle man during the group stages. And obviously Voki is the brains. That's why he's the IGL. But ever since his explosive performance during the group stage, during the Super Weekend, we haven't get to see the best of Kim yet. So yeah, so I don't know if it's like a one-off thing, like he was in a mood that day, like the stars aligned, like maybe Boss Ayin, because he came to Jakarta, that's why he had a surge of power or something. So I'm not too sure, because after that explosive group day performance where we saw Kim as one of the top players, we didn't really get to see the best of Kim after that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe he's been going out in the city hunting for the best I'm Geprek available. I know Voki lost a whole lot of that, because back in my early days when I was spending time with him in the gaming house, there was like 2 weeks where he's just eating I am Geprek every single day. I don't know how his digestive system can process that, and how he has been able to also have scrim time that has been smooth running for him, and he's always putting in that kind of performance. But I'm pretty sure at least they're enjoying their time so far. The first step, of course, qualifying to the Super Weekend is already huge enough for MEC, because we saw them joining in from like past seasons where they have shown signs of struggle. They have bested even the likes of RRQ. Can you just imagine that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, honestly, RRQ is also another one of those surprise teams that did not make it into the Super Weekend. When we talk about RRQ's lineup, even on paper, like they should at least make it into the Super Weekend. But you know, it's just one of those things, right? That sometimes, like on paper, you see that they're so good. You know, like this team is decent enough to at least meet the Super Weekend, but there's just so many random scenarios in PUBG Mobile, like things like circle, things like other 15 teams rotation, things like what sort of weapons you get, what sort of vehicles you get, and so on, that just sometimes disrupt all these seemingly top teams.
I certainly agree with that. And that's the beauty of Battle Royale, right? Where you can expect the unexpected, and you can never be too overconfident in some of these matches. What's also interesting to note while we're waiting for action to appear, you take a look at top 2 to top 6 at the moment. Those who are currently with the points, they're around the 70-pointer margin, where VP is the one that's touching into 82 points. Still not too significant of a margin between them as well as Boom Esports. But this goes to show that, you know, so long as you have a certain formula that works, you they could just stick to it, and it's good going for them. And while we have the time, I guess let's talk about the performance of each respective organization as well. I think, like, of course, when we take a look at so many past iterations, we have old Kings, new Kings, Boom Esports, as well as Talon's growth here in 2025, not only in PUBG Mobile, but the rest of these titles that they actually feel across all esports titles, they are performing very, very well.
Yeah, and specifically for PUBG Mobile, right? Boom is definitely so far at least. So far, I know we're still like week 1 into this season's PMSL, but Boom is showing a lot of promise this time. And if you think about it, like the major change that they did this season, okay, number 1 is Frenzy moving out to TODAK. So honestly, when that news came, I was kind of surprised. Like, hey, Frenzy is a really good player, but yeah, I guess, you know, some of these things that they know better behind the scenes, so we will leave it to them. And then they brought in like other players,
Mastery.
right? Mastery, who's used to be known as Misery. Obviously, he has a lot of experience. So on paper, like kind of Mastery and also Frenzy, like I will put them in kind of like the same tier. And it has definitely changed the route or the destiny of Boom Esports as of now.
The
Considering that
dynamics
he's
are
the
really
IGL.
good. Yeah, and that itself is a great plus for Boom Esports, looking to be very formidable. And that also begs the question, right? Once they do go into international waters, say if they do qualify for the EWC, I believe with their current form, they can actually match up against the very best in the world. But oh my word, look at the circle. Moving into the outskirts of Chumacera, as well as touching the waters of Patona. So the odds are slim, but never zero. But it's not going to be directly on Patona itself. While a little bit of a bump and ride as Achol kind of cross path with the rest of Roy. But Roy says, nah, we are not prepared to take on the fight. All 4 members on different vehicles means that they are taking the driver's seat, unable to shoot right back. So Talon, they will just go for the top side of the hill, and knowing that they are bunched all together on that lower ground, perhaps this is going to be a great advancement for Talon to be able to spray them from above.
Well, Talon has now joined the Match Point Club, so now they have the same mindset of like, okay, we don't want to take unnecessary early fights. And that's where they were like, okay, another team appears in front, we just zoom past by and go back up because we are still like 64 players. So if you notice this control, right, the moment we have like teams reaching match point, the gameplay just changes 180 degrees. Like we don't see early fights anymore.
And this is the best map for you to do that, right? Like, it's such a big field. And MVK as well as Roy, the Vietnamese, are going up against each other. Roy Esports hot out of the win already. Looking to seize that opportunity. Drops a big bombshell onto Superman. And just like that, the Vikings are out. They could not sift through these course terrains out of Miramar. So that's 0 points. Only having 49, not even touching into the match point just yet. So they gotta try for another run if they are able to, because it still could be smashed right here. But Roy, this time looking so good after the chicken dinner.
Yeah, somebody fed them some good iron gate break there. Like all of a sudden they're fiery now. Great start here by claiming the 3 elimination points. But obviously not so great for the Vikings. I mean, it's competition at the end of the day. If one team wins, another team will lose. But now that opens up the window for all the teams below them. VOIN Donkey, MEC, even Roy, even TODAK to overtake the Vikings.
True enough, this is a grand opportunity out there. And after MVKE, people can also look out for CelcomDigi Alliance. Now, what's interesting to know about CelcomDigi Alliance is that they were so dominant. They were the kings of the groups, being at the top one of the podium before we start off our run yesterday. And does this tell you that they kind of ran out of stamina moving into the weekend? I don't think that's the case, because last game they were still within the top 4, still having a decent fighting chance. And this is a decent position for CelcomDigi Alliance as well. Although not optimal, but they are within the zone. So A lot to play for. Stage 3 running a little slow. Only one team eliminated, as we can see. It was Vikings earlier that got picked on. Speaking of getting picked on, that is going to be one more member out of the woods for the side of MEC, with Karis just destroying any form of hope. And we talked about the Iron Get Bricks. I guess maybe it's a time for a play for Voki and Co.
Yeah. If he's still into Iron Get Brick though, I know he's into potato chips nowadays.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I know why. I know why.
You know why.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, maybe
I
he
got
could use
married
some of that,
recently.
you know. It's like spinach to Popeye.
Well, hopefully he could find some good stock of that. Of course, right now, over on to the open terrains. Some of the teams are playing by the blue zone, and it's going to be decisive to face on against the rest of FaZe Clan. 4 points so far. FaZe Clan still having all 4 intact, but they are now burning some of these resources in the form of map packs, bandages, you name it. And look at the angle coming from Lamborghini. He gets the strike. Wow! Decisive and looking really sharp. And now it's going to be Huey that's pushing through. Huey, is he really sharp? He gets it done!
Oh, I was at the edge of my seat. But then again, Paragen with off angle. So Lamborghini, he kind of set himself up as a bait when he went for him. The other members of Decisive, they were up there on the high ground. They had a clearer shot onto Dewey, and now Dewey is eliminated. Lamborghini will be saved.
Man, that was unbelievable on what Dewey tried to pull off with the drive-by. And here comes the rest of Boom Esports taking on the rest of Claw. This is a classic Indonesian warfare. And Red Face goes down. 0 here to save the day. Boom Esports depleted to only 2 men left. Claw, they are looking for the match point, and they really want to take out Boom Esports.
Oh, but it's going to be unlikely now with the fact that Bobo Hu knocked down. And surely will be eliminated by Yummy. So now Claw only 1 player. It's going to be kind of hard for them to reach match point now. But 7-9, with this 1 elimination, they are creating their path towards match point.
Okay, this is looking very much like how it went for the last round. Boom, now 2 members left. I guess there's still chances for the current 5 available. Claw, though, that was a little bit more of a opportunistic approach where they were hoping to crush the entirety of Boom Esports. I guess, fair enough, they managed to get that 1 point off, but what did it cost them? Almost everything. I say almost. Now that 1 player has to kind of squeeze for placement points, and maybe by the late game, if he does survive, then he should be able to at least secure that match point. D-Saber now fully in the blue. This is not going to be all too tankable. Stage 4 is going to hurt them a whole lot. Well, it's going to exchange coming in from Adik Luke of CelcomDigi Alliance to pin out another member of Boom Esports. So 1 member left. Can they seek them out?
And that's Yummy down. But he's not out yet. There could be a long-range knock. Alter Ego, they're playing the same strategy as before. Like, okay, we take the road less traveled, avoid other teams, and play super duper safe by the edge. But TODAK's coming by though. Okay, Alter Ego. They're playing a 2-2 split right now. They have to play close to each other because they have to defend in case TODAK gets brave.
Yeah, they're also puffer fishing for a little bit. By that, we open fire, making their presence felt, and shove some of all these other players of TODAK aside so that they did not contest the zone. They're not really in the shape of form to do so as well. TODAK got their own worries, and I believe TODAK is trying to steer clear away from that kind of threat, while the rest of eArena, this is a team that have been able to book a spot that is very close into the zone of Chimachera. All they really have to do is just to extend over onto the outskirts, and it's going to be Turning K trying to suppress some of the teams over onto the outskirts as well. I believe that to be the savior. The last we checked towards the far west as they were over on the blue zone. Speaking of which, take a look at that. The savior now kind of in between the way of TALON Esports as well.
And TALON in front of Xavier, with Xavier still in hunt to reach 69 points. TALON, they hunt to smash it back home. And they might not be interested to take this fight, but they might not have a choice because they might be pushed by Xavier. Okay, they're kind of deciding on what to do right now, but instead it's actually Joker from eArena taking out Paragen.
Wow, don't know how he finds those angles out there, but guys been on the hunt. eArena, we last saw them pointing their weapons up over onto the high grounds, and perhaps that was that catch that they were looking for. So going back towards the side of Alter Ego, it seems like TODAK hasn't been moving too far off. So TODAK decides they want to recommit, but how exactly are they going to be doing so is going to be the major case, because now they're feeling a little bit more confident with another 3 members sent towards their way. So it's a big grab. Is Alter Ego prepared for this one, because they're now shredding upon them, the member being crashed upon, and that's going to be a tough ordeal for MAQNA, trying to dash it up, quickly being taken by Frantisi.
But Alter Ego, they're set up on the high ground. They try to counter back onto TODAK. And 9 knocked down. MAQNA here is still in the game, bleeding out though. The other members of Alter Ego, they have to come in quickly to save him. You can see them still holding up to the high ground. Okay, they're trying to find an angle against TODAK. They try to eliminate TODAK from afar, but they have to do it really quick because another team might be lurking. Anyway, Alpha spraying past the smoke. Rosemary got them. So now Alter Ego, they have a bit of an upper hand. Again, Alpha spraying on the Real. This time Real goes up to the high ground. He wants to face check Alpha.
Yeah, he's got that micro Uzi in hand as well. He is proficient in this close call combat, and he gets it against Alpha. Beautiful work, and that's going to be a trade coming from Daybot. He is getting pinched as well, and 2-3 members are out from the side of Alter Ego. It's only going to be Rosemary left, and he is late to the party, and they all go down.
That is Alter Ego out, eliminated by TODAK. You can imagine in the arena, some of the other teams will be cheering for TODAK. Now the Alter Ego is out. But we still have 4 other teams who could potentially smash it. eArena, one of them. And eArena's not in circle yet. This time, trying to find their way through. TALON is the one in front of them. And TALON is also one of our Smash Point teams.
True enough. So far, having the high ground to their own. Not in the zone quite yet. They are fully locked in on this brawl up against Sem9. We've seen that in the last round. We've seen pretty much the rest of Sem9 having the firepower to offer. TODAK managing to go for that reset. Tom is still going to be soaking some damage though. VOIN Donkey hoping to prey upon them over onto the south side. Razak, what an angle he has from the elevated ground. So this is where the rest of VOIN Donkey, they can afford to close in.
VOIN Donkey right now playing with 3 players. Maxine Potato right in front of TODAK. But they can still play this patiently though. A minute 50 more seconds before we see stage number 6. And then we'll see where the circle will go. Unless VOIN Donkey can get a knock through that nade. But the fact of the matter is that they did not. So that's why they're still holding the ground. But on the elimination feed, we have Sem9 against Roy.
That nade did chunk a little bit of that HP bar, although not too much of a big concern as of yet for them to heal up. Joker now crawling upwards to challenge up against Mika. This could be pretty huge. He lobs it perfectly on top of the head of Mika, not quite taking him down yet. Oh. And now that lurk from VOIN Donkey will take out the rest of TODAK. So a little blow for blow. It says you can take out Alter Ego. Thank you very much. We're going to take on you. So right now, 44 points gained by the side of VOIN Donkey. Trying to span the match. Still a little far from what we expected to see VOIN Donkey to be able to reach the match point. But hey, never say never. We might actually go the distance into that 8 game. But it is now Joker's approach up against Fira.
Oh, eArena, they are the ones on the outside right now. Same goes with some of the players of Sem9. But on the other side, okay, we have Roy on the lower ground. Oh, there's going to be a hard hike here for Roy as Sem9 has the high ground against Roy. Where is Roy going to go? Look at this, Contra. Roy, they don't have any space. The moment they still want to smoke, that's it. But they try to get as much as possible from this as Ka will take down Mika on the other side of the road. But Ka is not able to eliminate him yet. Ka to get with 2K, the duo that has to do it. And Sem9, they start to collect points. 3 elimination points right now, spraying to the road, trying to get Ka, but they couldn't.
It's just so hard to sniff him out of that position, but that kind of allows the rest of eArena to actually take that space where Sem9 was holding on the high ground. How much can they actually draw back? Going for the revives right at this moment. They did manage to go in for the exchange as one member of Sem9 is being suppressed. Trexie now running over onto the lower ground, and the chase is on. The rest of eArena looking for the zone while Sem9 is preoccupied. A great call coming from the Thai squad, and it's going to be a grand reset. How many members have been recovered from the side of Roy? We have to find out. Boom! What happened to them? They crash out.
They just got eliminated by Vampire Esports. So now only 3 teams left who could smash it. As well, now we focus on the Sem9. Still trying to take out the members of Roy. They don't have the circle at all right now. 12 more seconds. And the zone will close. Sem9 stopping Kaka, 50% of damage dealt onto him. Still taking a lot of damage. Okay, now they try to zoom past by. They have to take this risk. They have no choice. Mango will go down to the hands of Mika. Pyrion falls as well. And eArena, they're on top of the hill. Let's not forget about them as well. Now Juke forcing himself in. And with the molly into the shack. It will not land. Okay, anyway, now it's going to be a 1v1. And Juke with the DBS will not land his shot.
And now it's only a singular member left for both sides. Ka still surviving. He's going to run over those members of Sem9. He's had enough of these Tigers already. And is he going to go any further forward? He still wants to get the upper hand onto Sem9. Sem9 gets that reset done. So it's still going to be 2 members on board for the rest of Sem9. BTR, much deeper round, much better improvements looking from the side of the Red Aliens. Now, of course, called by Vitality, as we are looking at the rest of the members of Talon to be going for the exchange at the very same time. 2 members being suppressed in the position. Now it's only down to Federalis because 30K, he is going to rain all these bullets from above.
BTR, if they go out now without any eliminations, it will be 0 points for them again because we're still at 9 teams. Okay, anyway, they're still holding on to it.
Wow.
Aniti will make sure that VOIN Donkey will not hold on any longer. VOIN Donkey eliminated. Out with 4 elimination points. At least now BTR starting to collect prison points. But NC2, he sees Firen, good clear shot. But one more tap. One more. And NC2 gets Firen.
Only down to Mika. He's by the corner of the blue zone. I think he's just gonna bow out. Sem9, respectable run. Total of 4 elimination points. DX hanging on the thread right now. 2 members, while those bombs are falling pretty closely to Federalis. He's still trying to claw his way out of it. BTR are doing what they can. They only secure themselves about 2 placement points if they falter on 7. They don't want that at all. Vampire Esports hunting out Joker as we have so much going on across the map, and it's all long-range taps from right across, while Federalis, he's going to go undetected right now. Satar still limping. He's not going to be part of the equation. The nades are traded right back. The rest of Talon further commits because they know they can secure this one against Federalis, but you got to respect his firepower.
Yeah, you got to respect the Filipino Terminator. Whatever he is to Federalis. But Vampire Esports now against Talon. Okay, this is going to be a big fight. The 2 teams that could smash it up against each other.
Yeah, that is just going to be a tough one as we immediately see them actually crashing out. Well, D-Saver having Levi's being caught as well. So he's not really in the post position. That leaves only Nate T to be playing over in the far south.
Oh, Contra. BTR out at number 7. So only 1 point gain this round. That won't change too much for BTR in their current position. And with the circle, okay, I just want to point out the fact that Talon, they have the circle, cool. But eArena, they can also walk into the circle and still retain the high ground. Technically, eArena, they have the best position now.
eArena could actually be the team to be securing the chicken dinner, actually. And if they do, the night will end right here. Vampire Esports and Talon has that chance. CCD Alliance on the blue zone. Roy Esports, only 1 member left. D-Savior, you can actually count them out as well. They barely have enough zone to squeeze. So I think that this is very possible unless CelcomDigi Alliance is the one to shut everybody out and claim the chicken dinner. So, Sir Cloud, I think the night will end in this match.
Oh, you're calling it now, eh? You're calling it now. All right. But like what you said, CelcomDigi Alliance, they can be the kingmaker because they are still in the zone, full squad. So they could be the highest potential team to stop the smash from happening. Anyway, right now they could do it. against Vampire Esports, but Vampire, they slid past by. They still as a trio.
Oh boy, here comes the trouble. We talked about them being the thorn in the flesh for the rest of the pack. eArena, they do have the high ground though, so they will remain safe. But once the circle shifts away, if the circle shifts away, then this is problematic for the rest of eArena. They're only trying to at least squeeze a little bit more of that space, now rejoining with Mormon at the very same time. eArena, throughout the entire battlefield, they are dictating whatever pacing being set by the teams because they cannot afford to even peek out. Vampire Esports, they're already burning through smokes after smokes after smokes, and eventually somebody has to be opening up these rounds. Definitely not going to be caught because he needs to play it super safely.
Okay. Number 8 now, stage 8. And look at this, Contra. eArena, high ground, circle. It's still theirs, but CelcomDigi Alliance, full team in the circle as well. But let's not forget, we still have like what? Okay, now the chances is 50-50, 50%. 3 teams that can smash it, 3 teams that cannot. Oh man, it's really still CelcomDigi Alliance as the kingmaker.
They only have a tiny shack though. I mean, they're all bunched up. There's not much room for them to actually play out once that smoke subsides. Meanwhile, take a look at Vampire Esports' position. Through that crease, they're just trying to stay away from the crosshair of both TALON and eArena. Now, I'm not too sure about TALON, how they would be able to actually challenge, but if they can find a way to push the high ground, then the hopes of eArena, then that could be a possibility. Ka on the blue zone, on the standstill up against Nate T, of 1 versus 1 erupting on the corner and looking at Nate T. He doesn't care. He just wants to ensure that this is just a bunch of smoke for him to actually hold on to. But he could actually snatch a point here. So Nate T, he's holding onto the Molotov, tossing it out to the direction. He's got to dodge it though. All the space taken away. The Nate's a flying right in. And yes, he does it. Nate T, the king of Nates, back at it for more.
But respectful for Kai as well. He has been holding on for so long. And now Contra, top 4. The only one that can't smash it is CelcomDigi Alliance. Everyone else could smash it. eArena still with this high ground. They see Vampire Esports. But nobody's really putting focus onto CelcomDigi Alliance. CelcomDigi Alliance is sending 2 players up to the high ground.
Oh, this could be the perfect opportunity. CelcomDigi Alliance, this is the moment for them to shine, and they're dropping those nades back just to suppress them. And Alec Luke now looking for the angles. It does actually clip. It takes out Mormon, and now running it right across. 30K tries to trade right back. eArena fighting for their lives from this one. Alec Luke falling really low as well. Vampire Esports, they found that space. They take out TALON. TALON is no more. CelcomDigi Alliance, are they going to claim it though?
Oh, hang on. Right now, by Jimmy onto the other side. But then again, Jimmy now knocked down. eArena, they have the upper hand against CelcomDigi Alliance. CelcomDigi Alliance, only 1 player left. But here comes Vampire Esports.
This could be their turn chicken there as well. They don't really have the angles, but they will just full set it regardless. They are licking their wounds. JBOP still on his knees. Vampire Esports, they got to slowly climb. And eArena, they're getting that reset. 2 members from the back from CelcomDigi Alliance looking for options instead. Still a 3-way battle.
Oh, look at this. Oh, Leo! Knocked down by NC2! And CelcomDigi Alliance, only 1 active player left. It's going to be Leos on the other side. Leos managed to get 1, and Leos is out! Surely we're going to smash it this time! It's going to be between Vampire Esports and eArena!
It won't belong to Thailand, and here comes the nade. Swept! He is going to close the gates upon the rest of them. 30K versus 20K doesn't matter because Schweppes is going to call the shots, and it is 3 chicken dinners for Vampire Esports. They managed to smash this weekend.
Vampire Esports! What a dominant performance in Smash Sunday to smash it in, locking in #1 for week 1.
Unrivaled performance, 3 chicken dinners. This is only the kind of results that kings dream of, and right now, rightfully, they are the kings of the weekend. Sir Cloud, we've talked about it before. The potential of these teams are undeniably super strong from all across the region, but it is Thailand the very old favorites of vampires that reign supreme.
The very own Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, represented by Mela, Onsens, Schweppes, TODAK, to smash it in for week number 1. And look at this. The stats don't matter. The eliminations don't matter. It is the chicken dinner that matters for Vampire Esports.
Wow. I'm trying to collect my thoughts. How did they play so well in this Miramar when they were one of the teams on that low ground? That last round was supposed to be for eArena to dominate. They were too preoccupied trying to take on vampires and also CelcomDigi Alliance at the very same time. And because of that gap created, the back and forth went on between eArena as well as CD Alliance to see themselves weaken each other. And this is how VPE stole the show.
Holy camole, Vampire! Smashing it today. Did it in style. Third chicken dinner today to bring the ending to the Smash Sunday. What a run. But I can tell you, Contra, eArena and CelcomDigi Alliance, they're no longer friends. They're no longer buddies. Don't expect flowers.
Yeah, especially eArena, they definitely were sulking because they were so close to clinch this weekend. And of all the runs out there, CelcomDigi Alliance, they were hoping to earn their rightful place as well. But because of their obsession, Vampire Esports, they're unmarked. So tell you what, friend, whip out that t-shirt again or bring out their jersey because it's time to celebrate. Then this is that consistent streak that we are seeing. It wasn't another MVP title for TODAK because this time it is Mela that stepped out. Where did his glasses go? I don't know, but this guy might have had LASIK to sharpen his sights onto those members of eArena and shut them off completely. Taking the 3 chicken dinners, and this damage that he puts out is absolutely absurd.
Mela looks like he had a K-pop makeover.
Oh yeah.
With the hair and all. Well, the whole team had a makeover. Obviously, okay, Nuzi didn't play the entire day. And this is the result that they can come out. And I know the fans have been talking about like, okay, should they play Newsy? Should they not play Newsy? Well, I guess the result tells itself. Vampire Esports smashing it in style. TODAK did this today. And even before this result, right? They were at number 1. So it's like they are rightfully smashing it because they are at number 1.
True enough. I mean, they have been super consistent compared to the rest of the teams, and this has been the roughest weekend for BTR. Looking at the position that they end up themselves, it is going to be the overall rankings on your screen. Vampire Esports, 3 chicken dinners, maximum points, a total of perfect 100 to really set the record straight right now. Where eArena, I guess they don't have to be too disappointed because they are currently finding themselves at the top 2. TALON has remained on the 3, and that pushes Boom, FaZe Clan, Alter Ego down a notch, and CelcomDigi Alliance, they can be happy that they end up in the top 8 at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rise for CelcomDigi Alliance today as well. So I guess they'll be okay with that. I mean, 8th place in Super Weekend is not that bad. What?
True.
I'm going to flip over to page number 2. And that's where we need to cue the sad audio, you know. You know, the violin sad audio.
Yeah, I guess next time we'll tell the producers, like, prep something extremely emotional so we could start having eye-watery screens when they throw back to the casters. But, you know, no time to stop, but for them to just really reflect onto this weekend itself. Sure, they have made the cut here to the Super Weekend, but they need to really channel it into perfection, right? Claw Slayer, 7-9, at least they're in the midst of the pack alongside with MVKE. VOIN Donkey, this is far from where they need to be. And of course, we got the biggest victims here of the weekend, BTR, not having any form of acceleration throughout the span of the rounds, and it has proven to be costly from Saturday that carried forward to this Sunday run.
I mean, if we just want to talk about BTR, it will be a whole long podcast there, Contra. Because it's just so weird. It's so weird. See them there, number 16. I mean, I'm at the point that I'm sad.
Yeah, I mean, the fans will feel it too. All mixed bags of emotions. Some, of course, frustrated. But if we can feel it, I'm very sure the players as well as everyone in the organization will feel it too. But, you know, the guy that will be celebrating very hard tonight is going to be TODAK, as he has made such a strong statement moving into this weekend to be our MVP for the Super Sunday.
Oh man, TODAK. What else can we say, right? This guy's the GOAT by now. This guy is the GOAT. This guy's the new generation GOAT. How many times did I say GOAT in a sentence? Imagine back in the day, right, when you have like RRQ Athena, right? They are like the GOAT of Thailand. And now you have the TODAK era that he's the GOAT. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I certainly agree with that, right? Because ever since he's made his debut when he was 15 with FaZe Clan, everyone was already turning hits onto this guy. He's 15 years old and he's fragging out lobbies, and he continuously does so. How old is he now? I don't know, maybe 21 or 20, but this is his prime time that we're looking at here as he leads the charge for Vampire Esports. So that's a hefty 15 point for VPE, 15-12 secured by eArena. Meanwhile, when we take a look at the rest of the field, Roy, 2 points together alongside with MEC. TODAK and BTR only 1 point as at least. They did manage to make it to the Super Weekend. Next week is where we'll see whether if the rest of the party that did not qualify, will they find that qualification to knock some of these guys out of the ballpark.
And you know what? If you only manage to gain like 1 point, 2 points in the first Super Weekend, it's still very, very risky next week if you don't make it, obviously. But even if you make it, right, it's like super risky because you don't know what sort of performance it will be again next week. So that is crazy there. But anyway, let's hear it from the players. Surely Vampire.
So it took 5 games to finally get a winner in this Smash Roll, and please give applause for our winner from Vampire. Hello, Onsens.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations on your winning today. How do you feel right now?
ก็ก่อนอื่นขอแสดงความยินดีกับการปิดวีคแรกของ Smashของ Super Weekend ได้อย่างสวยงามนะครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
รู้สึกไม่กดดันนะครับตอนเล่นแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าปิดไวก็ลงอกครับ
I don't feel that much pressure and we finished early so yeah I'm really great
And I also feel happy for you guys. And since we have Onsens with me right now, let's have a check with him right now. And so, first of all, as I said before, congratulations on securing the Smash Rule win and holding on to your first place spot. And was there any pressure knowing teams were gunning for you?
ก็แสดงความยินดีที่ชนะอีกทีหนึ่งแล้วก็รู้สึกกดดันมากน้อยแค่ไหนในขณะที่ทีมอื่นๆจ้องจะเล่นเราอยู่เพราะว่าเรากำลังจะจบวันด้วยการขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์แล้วก็ชนะเกมสุดท้ายครับ
ก็เอาจริงๆวันนี้ไม่รู้สึกว่ากดดันเลยครับรู้สึกว่าเล่นตามสไตล์ของพวกเราแล้วทำได้ดีครับ
To be honest I don't feel that much pressure because we just follow our timings and our play style so yeah we did great today
Wow, alright. So next, I'm sure many teams tried to stop you from getting the chicken dinner. How did you stay composed under that pressure?
ก็มีหลายๆทีมนะครับที่จ้องจะเล่นเราไม่ให้เราไปถึงไก่เกมสุดท้ายเนี่ยเรารับมือกับความกดดันแบบนั้นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ยิงให้หมดครับใครที่จะมาขวางเรา
Just shoot them all
Ooh, wow. And I don't know how to deal with the nerve and the pressure before this.
รับมือกับมันยังไงบ้างกับความกดดันหรือว่าแบบแรงกดดันที่ทีมอื่นๆพยายามจะยิงเรา
ก็เล่นในแบบของเราครับไม่มีความประมาท
Focus on our play and our timing
That's why you get the chicken dinner on the very last match. So for the next questions, when a people expected Boom or Alter Ego to win the day, you came back with a smash. Any words for all the doctors?
ก็คนส่วนใหญ่นะครับคิดว่าบูมหรือ AE จะเป็นทีมที่ปิดไก่วันนี้ไปได้แต่ว่าเรากลับเป็นกลายเป็นแวมไพร์ที่ทำได้สำเร็จมีอะไรจะบอกเขาไหมครับทีมอื่นๆหรือว่าคนที่สงสัยในตัวแวมไพร์
ก็ช่วงนี้ฟอร์มกำลังมาครับ
We are on fire
Wow, they are on fire. And next, what is the message from your team to everyone else after this dominant week 1 finish?
ก็มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมอื่นๆที่เล่นกับเราในล็อบบี้ไหมครับหลังจากที่เราจบวีคแรกก็อย่างสวยงาม
ก็ขอให้พักผ่อนอย่างสบายครับ
Get some rest
Wow, get some rest. And is there any team in the lobby that you respect the most?
มีทีมไหนบ้างที่เรารู้สึกแบบเราเคารพเขามากๆหรือว่าเราชอบเขา
ก็เคารพทุกทีมครับ
I respect every team
Wow, I love the way you respect all the teams in this PMSL. And for the last questions, how are you going to celebrate after this win today on Sans?
ก็คืนนี้เราจะฉลองกันยังไงไหมครับหรือว่ามีอะไรเป็นพิเศษไหม
ไม่มีครับอยากนอนเฉยๆครับเลยเล่นให้จบไว
ๆ Nothing I just want to go back to hotel and sleep that's all
Wow, no food. Any specific food you want to order now?
มีอาหารอะไรที่อยากสั่งมากินไหม
ก็มาม่า
Maybe the instant noodle
Wow, alright. So thank you so much for this amazing interview on Sense and congratulations again for your winning for today. And also thank you so much, Pooh. And guys, this is my last day as your host. So thank you so much for you all that always turning into this week interview. And before we end this night, let's hand it over to our casters to close out the day. So casters, back to you.
That was a lovely interview to end the night, and I can see you once again taking out the vampire t-shirt to, of course, they claim 3 chicken dinners for tonight to end the Smash weekend. So that being said, Sir Cloud, what a ride it has been. It's been such a long week that to the point that he was telling us, yeah, we can finally call it an early rest for tonight.
And I can imagine why he says that, I just want to go back and sleep, You know, the level of focus that these players put into every single game is just intense. It's just insane. It's very different from playing your regular classic game. Very, very different. So I can imagine he's just so done for the day. Like, I just want to eat instant noodles and just sleep, the simplest of things.
Yeah, and of course, sometimes the simplest thing for teams to really focus on is, play your best game. You don't worry about anything else. So long as you trust your teammates and not make your own mistakes, then you will be able to start clinching wins after wins. And with the POVA 7 series, you can win just like how the Vampire Esports guys did overall. So, what's your favorite moment so far, Sir Cloud? I mean, we got so many great highlights. I mean, this triple win coming out of Vampire is already crazy to even imagine it's possible within such a short duration.
I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, right? My favorite moment is the smash moment towards the end. Because it's not like, okay, straightforward chicken dinner. No, they will plot twist that because it could have been eArena at some point. And then it fell to Vampire. So that was the best moment.
Yeah, it's just so dramatic, and that the drama will continue next week as well. So make sure you guys be tuned in, because we will go in for a grand reset as we go back to the group stage between all the teams out there. So of course, it's a pleasure to be casting alongside you with Cloud, and I know you're going to celebrate and have a good sleep after this. And last words before we go?
It's been an amazing moment casting with you, and I'm glad to be able to smash it together with you, Contra. And for all of you out there, thank you so much for watching. We will be taking a couple of days break, and when we're back, it's going to be week number 2. The drama will restart again. That'll be all from us at the Caster's Desk for week number 1. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Contra here. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye-bye.